physical and mental, as though they were absolute opposites, would be a great mistake. Dietzgen, unlike Engels, expresses his thoughts in a vague, unclear, mushy way. But apart from his defects of exposition and his individual mistakes, he not unsuccessfully champions the materialist theory of knowledge, pages 222 and 271, Dialectical Materialism, p. 224. The materialist theory of knowledge then, says Dietzgen, amounts to the recognition that the human organ of perception radiates no metaphysical light, but is a piece of nature which reflects other pieces of nature, pages 222 to 23. Our perceptive faculty is not a supernatural source of truth, but a mirror-like instrument, which reflects the things of the world, or nature, p. 243. Our profound Mach-ians avoid an analysis of each individual proposition of Dietzgen's materialist theory of knowledge, but seize upon his deviations from that theory, upon his vagueness and confusion. J. Dietzgen could find favor with the reactionary philosophers only because he occasionally gets muddled. And, it goes without saying, where there is a muddle there you will find Mach-ians. Marx wrote to Kugelmann on December 5, 1868, a fairly long time ago. Dietzgen sent me a fragment of a manuscript on the faculty of thought which, in spite of a certain confusion and of too frequent repetition, contains much that is excellent and as the independent product of a working man admirable. Rustrans, p. 53. 10-4. Mr. Valentinov quotes this opinion, but it never dawned on him to ask what Marx regarded as Dietzgen's confusion, whether it was that which brings Dietzgen close to Mach, or that which distinguishes Dietzgen from Mach. Mr. Valentinov does not ask this question because he read both Dietzgen and Marx's letters after the manner of Gogol's Petrushka. Yet it is not difficult to find the answer to this question. Marx frequently called his world outlook dialectical materialism, and Engels anti-Düring, the whole of which Marx read through in manuscript, expounds precisely this world outlook. Hence, it should have been clear even to the Valentinovs that Dietzgen's confusion could lie only in his deviation from a consistent application of dialectics, from consistent materialism, in particular from anti-Düring. Does it now dawn upon Mr. Valentinov and his brethren that what Marx could call Dietzgen's confusion is only what brings Dietzgen close to Mach, who went from Kant not towards materialism, but towards Berkeley and Hume? Or was it that the materialist Marx called Dietzgen's materialist theory of knowledge confused, yet approved his deviations from materialism, that is, approved what differs from anti-Düring, which was written with his, Marx's, participation? Whom are they trying to fool? Our Mach-ians, who desire to be regarded as Marxists and at the same time inform the world that their Mach approved of Dietzgen. Have our heroes failed to guess that Mach could approve in Dietzgen only that which Marx called confusion? But taken as a whole, J. Dietzgen does not deserve so severe a censure. He is 9/10 a materialist and never made any claims either to originality or to possessing a special philosophy distinct from materialism. He spoke of Marx frequently, and invariably as the head of the Trend, kleinere philosophisch Schriften, s. for an opinion uttered in 1873, on page 95 1876 he emphasizes that Marx and Engels possessed the necessary philosophical training. On page 181 1886 he speaks of Marx and Engels as the acknowledged founders of the Trend. Dietzgen was a Marxist, and Eugene Dietzgen, 105 and a less. Comrade P. Dodge are rendering him left-handed service by their invention of Nadermanismus, Dietzgenism, etc. Dietzgenism as distinct from dialectical materialism is confusion, a step towards reactionary philosophy, an attempt to create a trend not from what is great in Joseph Dietzgen, and in that worker-philosopher, who discovered dialectical materialism in his own way. There is much that is great, but from his weak points. I shall confine myself to two examples in order to illustrate how Comrade P. Dodge and Eugene Dietzgen are sliding into reactionary philosophy. In the second edition of the Actuicit 106, p. 273, Dodge writes, Even bourgeois criticism points out the connection between Diogenes' philosophy and Empirio criticism and also the immanentist school, and, further on, especially Leclerc, a quotation from a bourgeois criticism. That P. Dodge values and esteems J. Diogenes cannot be doubted. But it also cannot be doubted that he is defaming him by citing without protest the opinion of a bourgeois scribbler who classes the sworn enemy of fideism and of the professors the graduated flunkies of the bourgeoisie with the outspoken preacher of fideism and avowed reactionary, Leclerc. It is possible that Dodge repeated another's opinion of the immanentists and of Leclerc without himself being familiar with the writings of these reactionaries. But let this serve him as a warning. The road away from Marx to the peculiarities of Diogenes to Mach to the immanentists is a road leading into a morass. To class him not only with Leclerc but even with Mach is to lay stress on Diogenes the muddlehead as distinct from Diogenes the materialist. I shall defend Diogenes against Dodge. I assert that Diogenes did not deserve the shame of being classed with Leclerc. And I can cite a witness, a most authoritative one on such a question, one who is as much a reactionary, as much a fideist and immanentist philosopher as Leclerc himself, namely, Schubert Sottern. In 1896 he wrote, "The Social Democrats willingly lean for support on Hegel with more or less, usually less, justification, but they materialize the Hegelian philosophy, cf. J. Diogenes. With Diogenes, the absolute becomes the universal, and this becomes the thing in itself, the absolute subject, whose appearances are its predicates. That he Diogenes is thus converting a pure abstraction into the basis of the concrete process, he does not, of course, realize any more than Hegel himself did. He frequently chaotically lumps together Hegel, Darwin, Haeckel, and natural scientific materialism, die Soziale Frage, SXXXIII. Schubert Sottern is a keener judge of philosophical shades than Mach, who praises everybody indiscriminately, including the Kantian Jerusalem. Eugene Diogenes was so simple-minded as to complain to the German public that in Russia the narrow materialists had insulted Joseph Diogenes, and he translated Plekhanov's and Dodge's articles on Joseph Diogenes into German. See Joseph Diogenes, Erkenntnis und Wahrheit, Knowledge and Truth, Stuttgart, 1908, Appendix. The poor Nadermanist's complaint rebounded on his own head. Franz Mehring, who may be regarded as knowing something of philosophy and Marxism, wrote in his review that Plekhanov was essentially right as against Dodge, Die Neue Zeit, 1908, number 38, 19. Juni, Feuilleton, S. 432. That J. Diogenes got into difficulties when he deviated from Marx and Engels, p. 431, is for Mehring beyond question. Eugene Diogenes replied to Mehring in a long, snivelling note, in which he went so far as to say that J. Diogenes might be of service in reconciling the warring brothers, the orthodox and the revisionists. Another warning, Comrade Dodge, the road away from Marx to Diogenism and Machism is a road into the morass, not for individuals, not for Tom, Dick, and Harry, but for the trend. And do not complain, Messrs. Mach-ians, that I quote the authorities. Your objections to the authorities are but a screen for the fact that for the socialist authorities, Marx, Engels, Lafargue, Mehring, Koski, you are substituting bourgeois authorities, Mach, Petzold, Avenarius, and the immanentists. You would do better not to raise the question of authorities and authoritarianism. Chapter 5. The Recent Revolution in Natural Science and Philosophical Idealism. A year ago, in Die Neue Zeit, 1906-07, number 52, there appeared an article by Joseph Diogenes entitled Marxism and the Recent Revolution in the Natural Sciences. The defect of this article is that it ignores the epistemological conclusions which are being drawn from the new physics and in which we are especially interested at present. But it is precisely this defect which renders the point of view and the conclusions of the author particularly interesting for us. Joseph Diogenes, like the present writer, holds the view of the rank-and-file Marxist, of whom our Mach-ians speak with such haughty contempt. For instance, Mr. Yushkevich writes that ordinarily, The average rank-and-file Marxist calls himself a dialectical materialist, p1 of his book. And now this rank-and-file Marxist, in the person of J. Dinardines, has directly compared the recent discoveries in science, and especially in physics, X-rays, Becquerel rays, radium, etc., with Engels' anti-Düring. To what conclusion has this comparison led him? In the most varied fields of natural science, writes Dinardines, new knowledge has been acquired, all of which tends towards that single point which Engels desired to make clear, namely, that in nature there are no irreconcilable contradictions, no forcibly fixed boundary lines and distinctions, and that if contradictions and distinctions are met with in nature, it is because we alone have introduced their rigidity and absoluteness into nature. It was discovered, for instance, that light and electricity are only manifestations of one and the same force of nature. Each day it becomes more probable that chemical affinity may be reduced to electrical processes. The indestructible and non-disintegrable elements of chemistry, whose number continues to grow as though in derision of the unity of the world, now prove to be destructible and disintegrable. The element radium has been converted into the element helium. Just as all the forces of nature have been reduced to one force, so all substances in nature have been reduced to one substance, Dinardines italics. Quoting the opinion of one of the writers who regard the atom as only a condensation of the ether, the author exclaims, "How brilliantly does this confirm the statement made by Engels 30 years ago that motion is the mode of existence of matter. All phenomena of nature are motion, and the differences between them lie only in the fact that we human beings perceive this motion in different forms." It is as Engels said. Nature, like history, is subject to the dialectical law of motion. On the other hand, you cannot take up any of the writings of the Machians or about Marxism without encountering pretentious references to the new physics, which is said to have refuted materialism, and so on and so forth. Whether these assertions are well founded is another question, but the connection between the new physics, or rather a definite school of the new physics, and Marxism and other varieties of modern idealist philosophy is beyond doubt. To analyze Marxism and at the same time to ignore this connection as Plekhanov does is to scoff at the spirit of dialectical materialism, i.e., to sacrifice the method of Engels to the letter of Engels. Engels says explicitly that with each epoch-making discovery even in the sphere of natural science, not to speak of the history of mankind, materialism has to change its form. Ludwig Feuerbach, Germed, p. 19. 107. Hence, a revision of the form of Engels' materialism, a revision of his natural philosophical propositions is not only not revisionism, in the accepted meaning of the term, but, on the contrary, is demanded by Marxism. We criticize the Machians not for making such a revision, but for their purely revisionist trick of betraying the essence of materialism under the guise of criticizing its form and of adopting the fundamental precepts of reactionary bourgeois philosophy without making the slightest attempt to deal directly, frankly, and definitely with assertions of Engels which are unquestionably extremely important to the given question, as, for example, his assertion that motion without matter is unthinkable, anti-Düring, p. 50. 10.8. It goes without saying that in examining the connection between one of the schools of modern physicists and the rebirth of philosophical idealism, it is far from being our intention to deal with specific physical theories. What interests us exclusively is the epistemological conclusions that follow from certain definite propositions and generally known discoveries. These epistemological conclusions are of themselves so insistent that many physicists are already reaching for them. What is more, there are already various trends among the physicists, and definite schools are beginning to be formed on this basis. Our object, therefore, will be confined to explaining clearly the essence of the difference between these various trends and the relation in which they stand to the fundamental lines of philosophy. 1. The crisis in modern physics. In his book Valeur de la Science, Value of Science, the famous French physicist Henri Poincaré says that there are symptoms of a serious crisis in physics, and he devotes a special chapter to this crisis, Chap 8, CFP 171. The crisis is not confined to the fact that radium, the great revolutionary, is undermining the principle of the conservation of energy. All the other principles are equally endangered, p. 180. For instance, Lavoisier's principle, or the principle of the conservation of mass, has been undermined by the electron theory of matter. According to this theory, atoms are composed of very minute particles called electrons, which are charged with positive or negative electricity and are immersed in a medium which we call the ether. The experiments of physicists provide data for calculating the velocity of the electrons and their mass, or the relation of their mass to their electrical charge. The velocity proves to be comparable with the velocity of light, 300,000 kilometers per second, attaining, for instance, 1/3 of the latter. Under such circumstances, the twofold mass of the electron has to be taken into account, corresponding to the necessity of overcoming the inertia, firstly, of the electron itself and, secondly, of the ether. The former mass will be the real or mechanical mass of the electron, the latter the electrodynamic mass which represents the inertia of the ether. And it turns out that the former mass is equal to 0. The entire mass of the electrons, or, at least, of the negative electrons, proves to be totally and exclusively electrodynamic in its origin. Mass disappears. The foundations of mechanics are undermined. Newton's principle, the equality of action and reaction, is undermined, and so on. We are faced, says Poincaré, with the ruins of the old principles of physics, a general debacle of principles. It is true, he remarks, that all the mentioned departures from principles refer to infinitesimal magnitudes. It is possible that we are still ignorant of other infinitesimals counteracting the undermining of the old principles. Moreover, radium is very rare. But at any rate we have reached a period of doubt. We have already seen what epistemological deductions the author draws from this period of doubt. It is not nature which imposes on or dictates to us the concepts of space and time, but we who impose them on nature. Whatever is not thought, is pure nothing. These deductions are idealist deductions. The breakdown of the most fundamental principles shows, such is Poincaré's trend of thought, that these principles are not copies, photographs of nature, not images of something external in relation to man's consciousness, but products of his consciousness. Poincaré does not develop these deductions consistently, nor is he essentially interested in the philosophical aspect of the question. It is dealt with in detail by the French writer on philosophical problems, Abel Ray, in his book The Physical Theory of the Modern Physicists, La théorie physique chez les physiciens contemporains, Paris, F. Alcan, 1907. True, the author himself is a positivist, i.e., a muddlehead and a semi-Machian, but in this case this is even a certain advantage, for he can not be suspected of a desire to slander our Machian's idol. Ray cannot be trusted when it comes to giving an exact philosophical definition of concepts and of materialism in particular, for Ray too is a professor, and as such is imbued with an utter contempt for the materialists, and distinguishes himself by utter ignorance of the epistemology of materialism. It goes without saying that a Marx or an Engels is absolutely non-existent for such men of science. But Ray summarizes carefully and in general conscientiously the extremely abundant literature on the subject, not only French, but English and German as well, Ostwald and Mach in particular, so that we shall have frequent recourse to his work. The attention of philosophers in general, says the author, and also of those who, for one reason or another, wish to criticize science generally, has now been particularly attracted towards physics. In discussing the limits and value of physical knowledge, it is in effect the legitimacy of positive science, the possibility of knowing the object, that is criticized, pages I2. From the crisis in modern physics people hasten to draw skeptical conclusions, p. 14. Now, what is this crisis? During the first two-thirds of the 19th century the physicists agreed among themselves on everything essential. They believed in a purely mechanical explanation of nature. They assumed that physics is nothing but a more complicated mechanics, namely, a molecular mechanics. They differed only as to the methods used in reducing physics to mechanics and as to the details of the mechanism. At present the spectacle presented by the physico-chemical sciences seems completely changed. Extreme disagreement has replaced general unanimity, and no longer does it concern details, but leading and fundamental ideas. While it would be an exaggeration to say that each scientist has his own peculiar tendencies, it must nevertheless be noted that science, and especially physics, has, like art, its numerous schools, the conclusions of which often differ from, and sometimes are directly opposed and hostile to each other. From this one may judge the significance and scope of what has been called the crisis in modern physics. Down to the middle of the 19th century, traditional physics had assumed that it was sufficient merely to extend physics in order to arrive at a metaphysics of matter. This physics ascribed to its theories an ontological value. And its theories were all mechanistic. The traditional mechanism ray employs this word in the specific sense of a system of ideas which reduces physics to mechanics, thus claimed, over and above the results of experience, a real knowledge of the material universe. This was not a hypothetical account of experience, it was a dogma. p. 16. We must here interrupt the worthy positivist. It is clear that he is describing the materialist philosophy of traditional physics but does not want to call the devil, materialism, by name. Materialism to a Humean must appear to be metaphysics, dogma, a transgression of the bounds of experience, and so forth. Knowing nothing of materialism, the Humean ray has no conception whatever of dialectics, of the difference between dialectical materialism and metaphysical materialism, in Engel's meaning of the term. Hence, the relation between absolute and relative truth, for example, is absolutely unclear to Ray. The criticism of traditional mechanism made during the whole of the second half of the 19th century weakened the premise of the ontological reality of mechanism. On the basis of these criticisms a philosophical conception of physics was founded which became almost traditional in philosophy at the end of the 19th century. Science was nothing but a symbolic formula, a method of notation, reperage, the creation of signs, marks, symbols, and since the methods of notation varied according to the schools, the conclusion was soon reached that only that was denoted which had been previously designed, facione, by man for notation, or symbolization. Science became a work of art for dilettantes, a work of art for utilitarians, views which could with legitimacy be generally interpreted as the negation of the possibility of science. A science which is a pure artifice for acting upon nature, a mere utilitarian technique, has no right to call itself science, without perverting the meaning of words. To say that science can be nothing but such an artificial means of action is to disavow science in the proper meaning of the term. The collapse of traditional mechanism, or, more precisely, the criticism to which it was subjected, led to the proposition that science itself had also collapsed. From the impossibility of adhering purely and simply to traditional mechanism it was inferred that science was impossible, pages 16 to 17. And the author asks, is the present crisis in physics a temporary and external incident in the evolution of science, or is science itself making an abrupt right-about-face and definitely abandoning the path it has hitherto pursued? If the physical and chemical sciences, which in history have been essentially emancipators, collapse in this crisis, which reduces them to the status of mere, technically useful recipes but deprives them of all significance from the standpoint of knowledge of nature, the result must needs be a complete revolution both in the art of logic and the history of ideas. Physics then loses all educational value, the spirit of positive science it represents becomes false and dangerous. Science can offer only practical recipes but no real knowledge. Knowledge of the real must be sought and given by other means. One must take another road, one must return to subjective intuition, to a mystical sense of reality, in a word, to the mysterious, all that of which one thought it had been deprived, p. 19. As a positivist, the author considers such a view wrong and the crisis in physics only temporary. We shall presently see how Ray purifies Mach, Poincaré, and co. of these conclusions. At present we shall confine ourselves to noting the fact of the crisis and its significance. From the last words of Ray quoted by us, it is quite clear what reactionary elements have taken advantage of and aggravated this crisis. Ray explicitly states in the preface to his work that the fideist and anti-intellectualist movement of the last years of the 19th century is seeking to base itself on the general spirit of modern physics, p2. In France, those who put faith above reason are called fideists, from the Latin fides, faith. Anti-intellectualism is a doctrine that denies the rights or claims of reason. Hence, in its philosophical aspect, the essence of the crisis in modern physics is that the old physics regarded its theories as real knowledge of the material world, i.e., a reflection of objective reality. The new trend in physics regards theories only as symbols, signs, and marks for practice, i.e., it denies the existence of an objective reality independent of our mind and reflected by it. If Ray had used correct philosophical terminology, he would have said, the materialist theory of knowledge, instinctively accepted by the earlier physics, has been replaced by an idealist and agnostic theory of knowledge, which, against the wishes of the idealists and agnostics, has been taken advantage of by fideism. But Ray does not present this replacement, which constitutes the crisis, as though all the modern physicists stand opposed to all the old physicists. No. He shows that in their epistemological trends the modern physicists are divided into three schools: the energeticist or conceptualist school, the mechanistic or neo-mechanistic school, to which the vast majority of physicists still adhere, and in between the two, the critical school. To the first belong Mach and Duhem, to the third, Henri Poincaré, to the second, Kirchhoff, Helmholtz, Thomson, Lord Kelvin, Maxwell among the older physicists, and Larmor and Lorentz among the modern physicists. What the essence of the two basic trends is, for the third is not independent, but intermediate, may be judged from the following words of Ray's. Traditional mechanism constructed a system of the material world. Its doctrine of the structure of matter was based on elements qualitatively homogeneous and identical, and elements were to be regarded as immutable, impenetrable, etc. Physics constructed a real edifice out of real materials and real cement. The physicist possessed material elements, the causes and modes of their action, and the real laws of their action, pages 33 to 38. The change in this view consists in the rejection of the ontological significance of the theories and in an exaggerated emphasis on the phenomenological significance of physics. The conceptualist view operates with pure abstractions, and seeks a purely abstract theory which will as far as possible eliminate the hypothesis of matter. The notion of energy thus becomes the substructure of the new physics. This is why conceptualist physics may most often be called energeticist physics. Although this designation does not fit, for example, such a representative of conceptualist physics as Mach, p46. Ray's identification of energetics with Machism is not altogether correct, of course, nor is his assurance that the neo-mechanistic school as well is approaching a phenomenalist view of physics, p48, despite the profundity of its disagreement with the conceptualists. Ray's new terminology does not clarify, but rather obscures matters, but we could not avoid it if we were to give the reader an idea of how a positivist regards the crisis in physics. Essentially, the opposition of the new school to the old views fully coincides, as the reader may have convinced himself, with Kleinpetter's criticism of Helmholtz quoted above. In his presentation of the views of the various physicists, Ray reflects the indefiniteness and vacillation of their philosophical views. The essence of the crisis in modern physics consists in the breakdown of the old laws and basic principles, in the rejection of an objective reality existing outside the mind, that is, in the replacement of materialism by idealism and agnosticism. Matter has disappeared. One may thus express the fundamental and characteristic difficulty in relation to many of the particular questions, which has created this crisis. Let us pause to discuss this difficulty. Matter has disappeared. Such, literally, is the expression that may be encountered in the descriptions given by modern physicists of recent discoveries. For instance, L. Haulovig, in his book The Evolution of the Sciences, entitles his chapter on the new theories of matter, Does Matter Exist? He says, the atom dematerializes, matter disappears. Asterisk. To see how easily fundamental philosophical conclusions are drawn from this by the Machians, let us take Valentinov. He writes, the statement that the scientific explanation of the world can find a firm foundation only in materialism is nothing but a fiction, and what is more, an absurd fiction, p. 67. He quotes as a destroyer of this absurd fiction Augusto Ricci, the well-known Italian physicist, who says that the electron theory is not so much a theory of electricity as of matter. The new system simply puts electricity in the place of matter. Augusto Ricci, Die moderne Theorie der physikalischen Erscheinungen, the modern theory of physical phenomena, Leipzig, 1905, s. 131. There is a Russian translation. Having quoted these words, p. 64, Mr. Valentinov exclaims, why does Ricci permit himself to commit this offense against sacred matter? Is it perhaps because he is a solipsist, an idealist, a bourgeois criticist, an Empirio-monist, or even someone worse? This remark, which seems to Mr. Valentinov to annihilate the materialists by its sarcasm, only discloses his virgin innocence on the subject of philosophical materialism. Mr. Valentinov has no suspicion of the real connection between philosophical idealism and the disappearance of matter. The disappearance of matter of which he speaks, in imitation of the modern physicists, has no relation to the epistemological distinction between materialism and idealism. To make this clear, let us take one of the most consistent and clearest of the Machians, Karl Pearson. For him the physical universe consists of groups of sense impressions. He illustrates our conceptual model of the physical universe by the following diagram, explaining, however, that it takes no account of relative sizes, the Grammar of Science, p. 282. In order to simplify his diagram, Karl Pearson entirely omits the question of the relation between ether and electricity, or positive electrons and negative electrons. But that is not important. What is important is that from Pearson's idealist standpoint bodies are first regarded as sense impressions, and then the constitution of these bodies out of particles, particles out of molecules and so forth affects the changes in the model of the physical world, but in no way affects the question of whether bodies are symbols of perceptions, or perceptions images of bodies. Materialism and idealism differ in their respective answers to the question of the source of our knowledge and of the relation of knowledge, and of the mental in general, to the physical world, while the question of the structure of matter, of atoms and electrons, is a question that concerns only this physical world. When the physicists say that matter is disappearing, they mean that hitherto science reduced its investigations of the physical world to three ultimate concepts, matter, electricity, and ether, whereas now only the two latter remain. For it has become possible to reduce matter to electricity. The atom can be explained as resembling an infinitely small solar system, within which negative electrons move around a positive electron with a definite, and, as we have seen, enormously large, velocity. It is consequently possible to reduce the physical world from scores of elements to 2 or 3 elements, inasmuch as positive and negative electrons constitute two essentially distinct kinds of matter, as the physicist Pellat says Ray, OPCIT, pages 294-95. Hence, natural science leads to the unity of matter, ibid, asterisk. Such is the real meaning of the statement regarding the disappearance of matter, its replacement by electricity, etc., which is leading so many people astray. Matter is disappearing means that the limit within which we have hitherto known matter is vanishing and that our knowledge is penetrating deeper. Properties of matter are likewise disappearing which formerly seemed absolute, immutable, and primary, impenetrability, inertia, mass, etc., and which are now revealed to be relative and characteristic only of certain states of matter. For the sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside our mind. The error of Marxism in general, as of the Machian new physics, is that it ignores this basis of philosophical materialism and the distinction between metaphysical materialism and dialectical materialism. The recognition of immutable elements, of the immutable substance of things, and so forth, is not materialism, but metaphysical, i.e., anti-dialectical, materialism. That is why J. Dietzgen emphasized that the subject matter of science is endless, that not only the infinite, but the smallest atom is immeasurable, unknowable to the end, inexhaustible, for nature in all her parts has no beginning and no end. Kleinere Philosophieschriften, S. 229-30. That is why Engels gave the example of the discovery of alizarin in coal tar and criticized mechanical materialism. In order to present the question in the only correct way, that is, from the dialectical materialist standpoint, we must ask, do electrons, ether, and so on exist as objective realities outside the human mind or not? The scientists will also have to answer this question unhesitatingly, and they do invariably answer it in the affirmative, just as they unhesitatingly recognize that nature existed prior to man and prior to organic matter. Thus, the question is decided in favor of materialism, for the concept matter, as we already stated, epistemologically implies nothing but objective reality existing independently of the human mind and reflected by it. But dialectical materialism insists on the approximate, relative character of every scientific theory of the structure of matter and its properties. It insists on the absence of absolute boundaries in nature, on the transformation of moving matter from one state into another, which is to us apparently irreconcilable with it, and so forth. However bizarre from the standpoint of common sense the transformation of imponderable ether into ponderable matter and vice versa may appear, however strange may seem the absence of any other kind of mass in the electron save electromagnetic mass, however extraordinary may be the fact that the mechanical laws of motion are confined only to a single sphere of natural phenomena and are subordinated to the more profound laws of electromagnetic phenomena, and so forth, all this is but another corroboration of dialectical materialism. It is mainly because the physicists did not know dialectics that the new physics strayed into idealism. They combated metaphysical, in Engels, and not the positivist, i.e., Humean, sense of the word, materialism and its one-sided mechanism, and in so doing threw the baby out with the bathwater. Denying the immutability of the elements and the properties of matter known hitherto, they ended in denying matter, i.e., the objective reality of the physical world. Denying the absolute character of some of the most important and basic laws, they ended in denying all objective law in nature and in declaring that a law of nature is a mere convention, a limitation of expectation, a logical necessity, and so forth. Insisting on the approximate and relative character of our knowledge, they ended in denying the object independent of the mind and reflected approximately correctly and relatively truthfully by the mind. And so on, and so forth, without end. The opinions expressed by Bogdanov in 1899 regarding the immutable essence of things, the opinions of Valentinov and Yushkevich regarding substance, and so forth are similar fruits of ignorance of dialectics. From Engels' point of view, the only immutability is the reflection by the human mind, when there is a human mind, of an external world existing and developing independently of the mind. No other immutability, no other essence, no other absolute substance, in the sense in which these concepts were depicted by the empty professorial philosophy, exist for Marx and Engels. The essence of things, or substance, is also relative. It expresses only the degree of profundity of man's knowledge of objects, and while yesterday the profundity of this knowledge did not go beyond the atom, and today does not go beyond the electron and ether, dialectical materialism insists on the temporary, relative, approximate character of all these milestones in the knowledge of nature gained by the progressing science of man. The electron is as inexhaustible as the atom, nature is infinite, but it infinitely exists. And it is this sole categorical, this sole unconditional recognition of nature's existence outside the mind and perception of man that distinguishes dialectical materialism from relativist agnosticism and idealism. Let us cite two examples of the way in which the new physics wavers unconsciously and instinctively between dialectical materialism, which remains unknown to the bourgeois scientists, and phenomenalism, with its inevitable subjectivist, and, subsequently, directly fideist, deductions. This same Augusto Rai, from whom Mr. Valentinov was unable to get a reply on the question which interested him about materialism, writes in the introduction to his book. What the electrons, or electrical atoms, really are remains even now a mystery, but in spite of this, the new theory is perhaps destined in time to achieve no small philosophical significance, since it is arriving at entirely new hypotheses regarding the structure of ponderable matter and is striving to reduce all phenomena of the external world to one common origin. For the positivist and utilitarian tendencies of our time such an advantage may be of small consequence, and a theory is perhaps regarded primarily as a means of conveniently ordering and summarizing facts and as a guide in the search for further phenomena. But while in former times perhaps too much confidence was placed in the faculties of the human mind, and it was considered too easy to grasp the ultimate causes of all things, there is nowadays a tendency to fall into the opposite error, opcit, p3. Why does Rai dissociate himself here from the positivist and utilitarian tendencies? Because, while apparently he has no definite philosophical standpoint, he instinctively clings to the reality of the external world and to the recognition that the new theory is not only a convenience, Poincaré, not only an Empirio symbol, Yushkevich, not only a harmonizing of experience, Bogdanov, or whatever else they call such subjectivist fancies, but a further step in the cognition of objective reality. Had this physicist been acquainted with dialectical materialism, his opinion of the error which is the opposite of the old metaphysical materialism might perhaps have become the starting point of a correct philosophy. But these people's whole environment estranges them from Marx and Engels and throws them into the embrace of vulgar official philosophy. Ray too is entirely unfamiliar with dialectics. But he too is compelled to state that among the modern physicists there are those who continue the traditions of mechanism, i.e., materialism. The path of mechanism, says he, is pursued not only by Kirchhoff, Hertz, Boltzmann, Maxwell, Helmholtz, and Lord Kelvin. Pure mechanists, and in some respects more mechanist than anybody else, and representing the culmination, elabotisant, of mechanism, are those who follow Lorentz and Larmor in formulating an electrical theory of matter and who arrive at a denial of the constancy of mass, declaring it to be a function of motion. They are all mechanists because they take real motion as their starting point, Ray's italics, pages 290 to 91. If, for example, the recent hypotheses of Lorentz, Larmor, and Langevin were, thanks to certain experimental confirmation, to obtain a sufficiently stable basis for the systematization of physics, it would be certain that the laws of present-day mechanics are nothing but a corollary of the laws of electromagnetism. They would constitute a special case of the latter within well-defined limits. Constancy of mass and our principle of inertia would be valid only for moderate velocities of bodies, the term moderate being taken in relation to our senses and to the phenomena which constitute our general experience. A general recasting of mechanics would result, and hence also, a general recasting of the systematization of physics. Would this imply the abandonment of mechanism? By no means. The purely mechanist tradition would still be followed, and mechanism would follow its normal course of development, p. 295. Electronic physics, which should be ranked among the theories of a generally mechanist spirit, tends at present to impose its systematization on physics. Although the fundamental principles of this electronic physics are not furnished by mechanics but by the experimental data of the theory of electricity, its spirit is mechanistic, because, 1. It uses figures, material elements to represent physical properties and their laws, it expresses itself in terms of perception. 2. While it no longer regards physical phenomena as particular cases of mechanical phenomena, it regards mechanical phenomena as particular cases of physical phenomena. The laws of mechanics thus retain their direct continuity with the laws of physics, and the concepts of mechanics. remain concepts of the same order as physico-chemical concepts. In traditional mechanism it was motions copied, calques, from relatively slow motions, which, since they alone were known and most directly observable, were taken as a type of all possible motions. Recent experiments, on the contrary, show that it is necessary to extend our conception of possible motions. Traditional mechanics remains entirely intact, but it now applies only to relatively slow motions. In relation to large velocities, the laws of motion are different. Matter appears to be reduced to electrical particles, the ultimate elements of the atom. 3. Motion, displacement in space, remains the only figure, element of physical theory. 4. Finally, what from the standpoint of the general spirit of physics comes before every other consideration is the fact that the conception of physics, its methods, its theories, and their relation to experience remains absolutely identical with the conception of mechanism, with the conception of physics held since the Renaissance, pages 46 to 47. I have given this long quotation from Ray in full because owing to his perpetual anxiety to avoid materialist metaphysics, it would have been impossible to expound his statements in any other way. But however much both Ray and the physicists of whom he speaks abjure materialism, it is nevertheless beyond question that mechanics was a copy of real motions of moderate velocity, while the new physics is a copy of real motions of enormous velocity. The recognition of theory as a copy, as an approximate copy of objective reality, is materialism. When Ray says that among modern physicists there is a reaction against the conceptualist Machian and energeticist school, and when he ranks the physicists of the electron theory among the representatives of this reaction, p. 46, we could desire no better corroboration of the fact that the struggle is essentially between the materialist and the idealist tendencies. But we must not forget that, apart from the general prejudices against materialism common to all educated Philistines, the most outstanding theoreticians are handicapped by a complete ignorance of dialectics. 3. Is motion without matter conceivable? The fact that philosophical idealism is attempting to make use of the new physics, or that idealist conclusions are being drawn from the latter, is due not to the discovery of new kinds of substance and force, of matter and motion, but to the fact that an attempt is being made to conceive motion without matter. And it is the essence of this attempt which our Machians fail to examine. They were unwilling to take account of Engels' statement that motion without matter is unthinkable. J. Dietzgen in 1869, in his The Nature of the Workings of the Human Mind, expressed the same idea as Engels, although, it is true, not without his usual muddled attempts to reconcile materialism and idealism. Let us leave aside these attempts, which are to a large extent to be explained by the fact that Dietzgen is arguing against Buchner's non-dialectical materialism, and let us examine Dietzgen's own statements on the question under consideration. He says, they the idealists want to have the general without the particular, mind without matter, force without substance, science without experience or material, the absolute without the relative, Das Wesender Menschlichen Kopfarbeit, 1903, S108. Thus the endeavor to divorce emotion from matter, force from substance, Dietzgen associates with idealism, compares with the endeavor to divorce thought from the brain. Liebig, Dietzgen continues, who is especially fond of straying from his inductive science into the field of speculation, says in the spirit of idealism, force cannot be seen, p. 109. The spiritualist or the idealist believes in the spiritual, i.e., ghost-like and inexplicable, nature of force, p. 110. The antithesis between force and matter is as old as the antithesis between idealism and materialism, p. 3. Of course, there is no force without matter, no matter without force, forceless matter and matterless force are absurdities. If there are idealist natural scientists who believe in the immaterial existence of forces, on this point they are not natural scientists, but seers of ghosts, p. 114. We thus see that scientists who were prepared to grant that motion is conceivable without matter were to be encountered 40 years ago too, and that on this point Dietzgen declared them to be seers of ghosts. What, then, is the connection between philosophical idealism and the divorce of matter from motion, the separation of substance from force? Is it not more economical, indeed, to conceive motion without matter? Let us imagine a consistent idealist who holds that the entire world is his sensation, his idea, etc. If we take nobody's sensation or idea, this changes only the variety of philosophical idealism but not its essence. The idealist would not even think of denying that the world is motion, i.e., the motion of his thoughts, ideas, sensations. The question as to what moves, the idealist will reject and regard as absurd. What is taking place is a change of his sensations, his ideas come and go, and nothing more. Outside him there is nothing. It moves and that is all. It is impossible to conceive a more economical way of thinking. And no proofs, syllogisms, or definitions are capable of refuting the solipsist if he consistently adheres to his view. The fundamental distinction between the materialist and the adherent of idealist philosophy consists in the fact that the materialist regards sensation, perception, idea, and the mind of man generally, as an image of objective reality. The world is the movement of this objective reality reflected by our consciousness. To the movement of ideas, perceptions, etc., there corresponds the movement of matter outside me. The concept matter expresses nothing more than the objective reality which is given us in sensation. Therefore, to divorce motion from matter is equivalent to divorcing thought from objective reality, or to divorcing my sensations from the external world. In a word, it is to go over to idealism. The trick which is usually performed in denying matter, and in assuming motion without matter, consists in ignoring the relation of matter to thought. The question is presented as though this relation did not exist, but in reality it is introduced surreptitiously. At the beginning of the argument it remains unexpressed, but subsequently crops up more or less imperceptibly. Matter has disappeared, they tell us, wishing from this to draw epistemological conclusions. But has thought remained? We ask. If not, if with the disappearance of matter thought has also disappeared, if with the disappearance of the brain and nervous system ideas and sensations, too, have disappeared, then it follows that everything has disappeared. And your argument has disappeared as a sample of thought, or lack of thought. But if it has remained, if it is assumed that with the disappearance of matter, thought, idea, sensation, etc., does not disappear, then you have surrepti. The natural sciences *, i.e., natural scientific materialism, and, as he himself admitted in 1891, without, however, correcting his views, attacked it from the standpoint of epistemological idealism. Take Mach. From 1872, or even earlier, down to 1906 he waged continuous war on the metaphysics of natural science. However, he was conscientious enough to admit that his views were shared by a number of philosophers, the immanentists included, but by very few scientists. Analysis of Sensations, p. 9. In 1906 Mach also honestly admitted that the majority of scientists adhere to materialism, Erkenntnis und Irrtum, 2. Outflow, s4. Take Petzold. In 1900 he proclaimed that the natural sciences are thoroughly, ganz und gar, imbued with metaphysics. Their experience has still to be purified. Einführung in die Philosophie der reinen Erfahrung, bd. I. S. 343. We know that Avenarius and Petzold purify experience of all recognition of the objective reality given us in sensation. In 1904 Petzold declared, the mechanical world outlook of the modern scientist is essentially no better than that of the ancient Indians. It makes no difference whether the world rests on a mythical elephant or on just as mythical a swarm of molecules and atoms epistemologically thought of as real and therefore not used merely metaphorically. Bloss Bildlich, BD 2, S 176. Take Willie, the only Machian decent enough to be ashamed of his kinship with the immanentists. Yet, in 1905 he too declared, the natural sciences, after all, are also in many respects an authority of which we must rid ourselves, gegen die Skolweisheit, s. 158. Therefore, too, in the case of Bogdanov, his philosophical misadventures in fact began before his acquaintance with Mach. They began from the moment he put his trust in the assertion of the eminent chemist, but poor philosopher, Ostwald, that motion can be thought of without matter. It is all the more fitting to pause on this long-past episode in Bogdanov's philosophical development, since it is impossible when speaking of the connection between philosophical idealism and certain trends in the new physics to ignore Ostwald's energetics. We have already said, wrote Bogdanov in 1899, that the 19th century did not succeed in ultimately ridding itself of the problem of the immutable essence of things. This essence, under the name of matter, even holds an important place in the world outlook of the foremost thinkers of the century, fundamental elements of the historical outlook on nature, p. 38. We said that this is a sheer muddle. The recognition of the objective reality of the outer world, the recognition of the existence outside our mind of eternally moving and eternally changing matter, is here confused with the recognition of the immutable essence of things. It is hardly possible that Bogdanov in 1899 did not rank Marx and Engels among the foremost thinkers. But he obviously did not understand dialectical materialism. In the processes of nature, two aspects are usually still distinguished, matter and its motion. It cannot be said that the concept matter is distinguished by great clarity. It is not easy to give a satisfactory answer to the question, what is matter? It is defined as the cause of sensations or as the permanent possibility of sensation, but it is evident that matter is here confused with motion. It is evident that Bogdanov is arguing incorrectly. Not only does he confuse the materialist recognition of an objective source of sensations, unclearly formulated in the words cause of sensations, with Mill's agnostic definition of matter as the permanent possibility of sensation, but the chief error here is that the author, having boldly approached the question of the existence or non-existence of an objective source of sensations, abandons this question halfway and jumps to another question, the question of the existence or non-existence of matter without motion. The idealist may regard the world as the movement of our sensations, even though socially organized and harmonized to the highest degree. The materialist regards the world as the movement of an objective source, of an objective model of our sensations. The metaphysical, i.e., anti-dialectical, materialist may accept the existence of matter without motion, even though temporarily, before the first impulse, etc. The dialectical materialist not only regards motion as an inseparable property of matter, but rejects the simplified view of motion and so forth. The most exact definition would, perhaps, be the following: matter is what moves, but this is as devoid of content as though one were to say that matter is the subject of a sentence, the predicate of which is moves. The fact, most likely, is that in the epoch of statics men were wont to see something necessarily solid in the role of the subject, an object, and such an inconvenient thing for statical thought as motion they were prepared to tolerate only as a predicate, as one of the attributes of matter. This is something like the charge Akhimov brought against the Iskraists, namely, that their program did not contain the word proletariat in the nominative case. Whether we say the world is moving matter, or that the world is material motion, makes no difference whatever. But energy must have a vehicle, say those who believe in matter. Why? Asks Ostwald, and with reason. Must nature necessarily consist of subject and predicate? p. 39. Ostwald's answer, which so pleased Bogdanov in 1899, is plain sophistry. Must our judgments necessarily consist of electrons and ether? One might retort to Ostwald. As a matter of fact, the mental elimination from nature of matter as the subject only implies the tacit admission into philosophy of thought as the subject, i.e., as the primary, the starting point, independent of matter. Not the subject, but the objective source of sensation is eliminated, and sensation becomes the subject, i.e., philosophy becomes Berkeleyan, no matter in what trappings the word sensation is afterwards decked. Ostwald endeavored to avoid this inevitable philosophical alternative, materialism or idealism, by an indefinite use of the word energy, but this very endeavor only once again goes to prove the futility of such artifices. If energy is motion, you have only shifted the difficulty from the subject to the predicate, you have only changed the question, does matter move? Into the question, is energy material? Does the transformation of energy take place outside my mind, independently of man and mankind, or are these only ideas, symbols, conventional signs, and so forth? And this question proved fatal to the energeticist philosophy, that attempt to disguise old epistemological errors by a new terminology. Here are examples of how the energeticist Ostwald got into a muddle. In the preface to his lectures on natural philosophy *, he declares that he regards as a great gain the simple and natural removal of the old difficulties in the way of uniting the concepts matter and spirit by subordinating both to the concept energy. This is not a gain, but a loss, because the question whether epistemological investigation, Ostwald does not clearly realize that he is raising an epistemological and not a chemical issue, is to be conducted along materialist or idealist lines is not being solved but is being confused by an arbitrary use of the term energy. Of course, if we subordinate both matter and mind to this concept, the verbal annihilation of the antithesis is beyond question, but the absurdity of the belief in sprites and hobgoblins, for instance, is not removed by calling it energetics. On page 394 of Ostwald's lectures we read, that all external events may be presented as an interaction of energies can be most simply explained if our mental processes are themselves energetic and impose, outpragen, this property of theirs on all external phenomena. This is pure idealism, it is not our thought that reflects the transformation of energy in the external world, but the external world that reflects a certain property of our mind. The American philosopher Gibbon, pointing to this and similar passages in Ostwald's lectures, aptly says that Ostwald appears in a Kantian disguise, the explicability of the phenomena of the external world is deduced from the properties of our mind. It is obvious therefore, says Gibbon, that if the primary concept of energy is so defined as to embrace psychical phenomena, we have no longer the simple concept of energy as understood and recognized in scientific circles or even among the energetiker themselves. The transformation of energy is regarded by science as an objective process independent of the minds of men and of the experience of mankind, that is to say, it is regarded materialistically. And by energy, Ostwald himself in many instances, probably in the vast majority of instances, means material motion. And this accounts for the remarkable phenomenon that Bogdanov, a disciple of Ostwald, having become a disciple of Mach, began to reproach Ostwald not because he does not adhere consistently to a materialistic view of energy, but because he admits the materialistic view of energy, and at times even takes it as his basis. The materialists criticize Ostwald because he lapses into idealism, because he attempts to reconcile materialism and idealism. Bogdanov criticizes Ostwald from the idealist standpoint. In 1906 he wrote, Ostwald's energetics, hostile to atomism but for the rest closely akin to the old materialism, enlisted my heartiest sympathy. I soon noticed, however, an important contradiction in his nadir philosophy, although he frequently emphasizes the purely methodological significance of the concept energy, in a great number of instances he himself fails to adhere to it. He every now and again converts energy from a pure symbol of correlations between the facts of experience into the substance of experience, into the world stuff, Empirio monism, BK 3, pages 16-17. Energy is a pure symbol. After this Bogdanov may dispute as much as he pleases with the Empirio symbolist Yushkevich, with the pure Machians, the Empirio criticists, etc. From the standpoint of the materialist it is a dispute between a man who believes in a yellow devil and a man who believes in a green devil. For the important thing is not the differences between Bogdanov and the other Machians, but what they have in common, to wit, the idealist interpretation of experience and energy, the denial of objective reality, adaptation to which constitutes human experience and the copying of which constitutes the only scientific methodology and scientific energetics. It Ostwald's energetics is indifferent to the material of the world, it is fully compatible with both the old materialism and panpsychism, i.e., philosophical idealism. p. 17. And Bogdanov departed from muddled energetics not by the materialist road but by the idealist road. When energy is represented as substance, it is nothing but the old materialism minus the absolute atoms materialism with a correction in the sense of the continuity of the existing, ibid. Yes, Bogdanov left the old materialism, i.e., the metaphysical materialism of the scientists, not for dialectical materialism, which he understood as little in 1906 as he did in 1899, but for idealism and fideism, for no educated representative of modern fideism, no immanentist, no neocriticist, and so forth, will object to the methodological conception of energy, to its interpretation as a pure symbol of correlation of the facts of experience. Take Paul Karras, with whose mental makeup we have already become sufficiently acquainted, and you will find that this Machian criticizes Ostwald in the very same way as Bogdanov. Materialism and energetics are exactly in the same predicament. The Monist, Volume 17, 1907, Number 4, p. 536. We are very little helped by materialism when we are told that everything is matter, that bodies are matter, and that thoughts are merely a function of matter, and Professor Ostwald's energetics is not a whit better when it tells us that matter is energy, and that the soul too is only a factor of energy, p. 533. Ostwald's energetics is a good example of how quickly a new terminology becomes fashionable, and how quickly it turns out that a somewhat altered mode of expression can in no way eliminate fundamental philosophical questions and fundamental philosophical trends. Both materialism and idealism can be expressed in terms of energetics, more or less consistently, of course, just as they can be expressed in terms of experience, and the like. Energeticist physics is a source of new idealist attempts to conceive motion without matter because of the disintegration of particles of matter which hitherto had been accounted non-disintegrable and because of the discovery of heretofore unknown forms of material motion. For the two trends in modern physics, and English spiritualism. In order to illustrate concretely the philosophical battle raging in present-day literature over the various conclusions drawn from the new physics, we shall let certain of the direct participants in the fray speak for themselves, and we shall begin with the English. The physicist Arthur W. Rucker defends one trend from the standpoint of the natural scientist, the philosopher James Ward another trend from the standpoint of epistemology. At the meeting of the British Association held in Glasgow in 1901, A. W. Rucker, the president of the physics section, chose as the subject of his address the question of the value of physical theory and especially the doubts that have arisen as to the existence of atoms, and of the ether. The speaker referred to the physicists Poincaré and Poynting, an Englishman who shares the views of the symbolists, or Machians, who raised this problem, to the philosopher Ward, and to E. Haeckel's famous book and attempted to present his own views. The question at issue, said Rucker, is whether the hypotheses which are at the base of the scientific theories now most generally accepted, are to be regarded as accurate descriptions of the constitution of the universe around us, or merely as convenient fictions. In the terms used in our controversy with Bogdanov, Yushkevich, and co., are they a copy of objective reality, of moving matter, or are they only a methodology, a pure symbol, mere forms of organization of experience? Rucker agrees that in practice there may prove to be no difference between the two theories. The direction of a river can be determined as well by one who examines only the blue streak on a map or diagram as by one who knows that the streak represents a real river. Theory, from the standpoint of a convenient fiction, will be an aid to memory, a means of producing order in our observations in accordance with some artificial system, of arranging our knowledge, reducing it to equations, etc. We can, for instance, confine ourselves to declaring heat to be a form of motion or energy, thus exchanging a vivid conception of moving atoms for a colorless statement of heat energy, the real nature of which we do not attempt to define. While fully recognizing the possibility of achieving great scientific successes by this method, Rucker ventures to assert that the exposition of such a system of tactics cannot be regarded as the last word of science in the struggle for the truth. The questions still force themselves upon us. Can we argue back from the phenomenon displayed by matter to the constitution of matter itself, whether we have any reason to believe that the sketch which science has already drawn is to some extent a copy, and not a mere diagram of the truth? Analyzing the problem of the structure of matter, Rucker takes air as an example, saying that it consists of gases and that science resolves an elementary gas into a mixture of atoms and ether. There are those who cry halt, molecules and atoms cannot be directly perceived, they are mere conceptions, which have their uses, but cannot be regarded as realities. Rucker meets this objection by referring to one of numberless instances in the development of science. The rings of Saturn appear to be a continuous mass when observed through a telescope. The mathematicians proved by calculation that this is impossible, and spectral analysis corroborated the conclusion reached on the basis of the calculations. Another objection: properties are attributed to atoms and ether such as our senses do not disclose in ordinary matter. Rucker answers this also, referring to such examples as the diffusion of gases and liquids, etc. A number of facts, observations, and experiments prove that matter consists of discrete particles or grains. Whether these particles, atoms, are distinct from the surrounding original medium or basic medium, ether, or whether they are parts of this medium in a particular state, is still an open question, and has no bearing on the theory of the existence of atoms. There is no ground for denying a priori the evidence of experiments showing that quasi-material substances exist which differ from ordinary matter, atoms and ether. Particular errors are here inevitable, but the aggregate of scientific data leaves no room for doubting the existence of atoms and molecules. Rucker then refers to the new data on the structure of atoms, which consist of corpuscles, electrons, charged with negative electricity, and notes the similarities in the results of various experiments and calculations on the size of molecules. The first approximation gives a diameter of about 100 millimicrons, millionths of a millimeter. Omitting Rucker's particular remarks and his criticism of neo-vitalism, we quote his conclusions. Those who belittle the ideas which have of late governed the advance of scientific theory, too often assume that there is no alternative between the opposing assertions that atoms and the ether are mere figments of the scientific imagination, and that, on the other hand, a mechanical theory of the atoms and the ether, which is now confessedly imperfect, would, if it could be perfected, give us a full and adequate representation of the underlying realities. For my part, I believe that there is a via media a man in a dark room may discern objects dimly, but if he does not stumble over the furniture and does not walk into a looking glass instead of through a door, it means that he sees some things correctly. There is no need, therefore, either to renounce the claim to penetrate below the surface of nature, or to claim that we have already fully unveiled the mystery of the world around us. It may be granted that we have not yet framed a consistent image either of the nature of the atoms or of the ether in which they exist, but I have tried to show that in spite of the tentative nature of some of our theories, in spite of many outstanding difficulties, the atomic theory unifies so many facts, simplifies so much that is complicated, that we have a right to insist at all events until an equally intelligible rival hypothesis is produced that the main structure of our theory is true, that atoms are not merely aids to puzzled mathematicians, but physical realities. That is how Rucker ended his address. The reader will see that the speaker did not deal with epistemology, but as a matter of fact, doubtless in the name of a host of scientists, he was essentially expounding an instinctive materialist standpoint. The gist of his position is this: the theory of physics is a copy, becoming ever more exact, of objective reality. The world is matter in motion, our knowledge of which grows ever more profound. The inaccuracies of Rucker's philosophy are due to an unnecessary defense of the mechanical, why not electromagnetic, theory of ether motions and to a failure to understand the relation between relative and absolute truth. This physicist lacks only a knowledge of dialectical materialism, if we do not count, of course, those very important social considerations which induce English professors to call themselves agnostics. Let us now see how the spiritualist James Ward criticized this philosophy. Naturalism is not science, and the mechanical theory of nature, the theory which serves as its foundation, is no science either. Nevertheless, though naturalism and the natural sciences, the mechanical theory of the universe and mechanics as a science are logically distinct, yet the two are at first sight very similar and historically are very closely connected. Between the natural sciences and philosophies of the idealist, or spiritualist, type there is indeed no danger of confusion, for all such philosophies necessarily involve criticism of the epistemological assumptions which science unconsciously makes. Asterisk. True. The natural sciences unconsciously assume that their teachings reflect objective reality, and only such a philosophy is reconcilable with the natural sciences. Not so with naturalism, which is as innocent of any theory of knowledge as science itself. In fact, naturalism, like materialism, is only physics treated as metaphysics. Naturalism is less dogmatic than materialism, no doubt, owing to its agnostic reservation as to the nature of ultimate reality, but it insists emphatically on the priority of the material aspect of its unknowable. The materialist treats physics as metaphysics. A familiar argument. By metaphysics is meant the recognition of an objective reality outside man. The spiritualists agree with the Kantians and Humeans in such reproaches against materialism. This is understandable, for without doing away with the objective reality of things, bodies, and objects known to everyone, it is impossible to clear the road for real conceptions in Rem's sense. When the essentially philosophical question, how best to systematize experience as a whole, a plagiarism from Bogdanov, Mr. Ward, arises, the naturalist contends that we must begin from the physical side. Then only are the facts precise, determinate, and rigorously concatenated. Every thought that ever stirred the human heart can, it holds, be traced to a perfectly definite redistribution of matter and motion. That propositions of such philosophic generality and scope are legitimate deductions from physical science, few, if any, of our modern physicists are bold enough directly to maintain. But many of them consider that their science itself is attacked by those who seek to lay bare the latent metaphysics, the physical realism, on which the mechanical theory of the universe rests. The criticism of this theory in the preceding lectures has been so regarded by Rucker. In point of fact, my criticism of this metaphysics, so detested by all the Machians, too, rests throughout on the expositions of a school of physicists, if one might call them so, steadily increasing in number and influence, who reject entirely the almost medieval realism. This realism has remained so long unquestioned, that to challenge it now seems to many to spell scientific anarchy. And yet it surely verges on extravagance to suppose that men like Kirchhoff or Poincaré, to mention only two out of many distinguished names who do challenge it, are seeking to invalidate the methods of science. To distinguish them from the old school, whom we may fairly term physical realists, we might call the new school physical symbolists. The term is not very happy, but it may at least serve to emphasize the one difference between the two which now specially concerns us. The question at issue is very simple. Both schools start, of course, from the same perceptual experiences, both employ an abstract conceptual system, differing in detail but essentially the same, both resort to the same methods of verification. But the one believes that it is getting nearer to the ultimate reality and leaving mere appearances behind it, the other believes that it is only substituting a generalist descriptive scheme that is intellectually manageable, for the complexity of concrete facts. In either view, the value of physics as systematic knowledge about Ward's italics things is unaffected, its possibilities of future extension and of practical application are in either case the same. But the speculative difference between the two is immense, and in this respect the question which is right becomes important. The question is put by this frank and consistent spiritualist with remarkable truth and clarity. Indeed, the difference between the two schools in modern physics is only philosophical, only epistemological. Indeed, the basic distinction is only that one recognizes the ultimate, he should have said objective, reality reflected by our theory, while the other denies it, regarding theory as only a systematization of experience, a system of Empirio symbols, and so on and so forth. The new physics, having found new aspects of matter and new forms of its motion, raised the old philosophical questions because of the collapse of the old physical concepts. And if the people belonging to intermediate philosophical trends, positivists, Humeans, Machians, are unable to put the question at issue distinctly, it remained for the outspoken idealist Ward to tear off all veils. Sir A. W. Rucker devoted his inaugural address to a defense of physical realism against the symbolic interpretations recently advocated by Professors Poincaré and Poynting and by myself, pages 305-06, and in other parts of his book Ward adds to this list the names of Duhem, Pearson, and Mach, see volume 2, pages 161, 63, 57, 75, 83, etc. Rucker is constantly talking of mental pictures, while constantly protesting that atoms and ether must be more than these. Such procedure practically amounts to saying, in this case I can form no other picture, and therefore the reality must be like it. Rucker is fair enough to allow the abstract possibility of a different mental picture. Nay, he allows the tentative nature of some of our theories, he admits many outstanding difficulties. After all, then, he is only defending a working hypothesis. And one, moreover, that has lost greatly in prestige in the last half-century. But if the atomic and other theories of the constitution of matter are but working hypotheses, and hypotheses strictly confined to physical phenomena, there is no justification for a theory which maintains that mechanism is fundamental everywhere and reduces the facts of life and mind to epiphenomena, makes them, that is to say, a degree more phenomenal, a degree less real than matter and motion. Such is the mechanical theory of the universe. Save as he seems unwittingly to countenance that, we have then no quarrel with Sir Arthur Rucker, pages 314-15. It is, of course, utterly absurd to say that materialism ever maintained that consciousness is less real, or necessarily professed a mechanical, and not an electromagnetic, or some other, immeasurably more complex, picture of the world of moving matter. But in a truly adroit manner, much more skillfully than our Machians, i.e., muddled idealists, the outspoken and straightforward idealist Ward seizes upon the weak points in instinctive natural historical materialism, as, for instance, its inability to explain the relation of relative and absolute truth. Ward turns somersaults and declares that since truth is relative, approximate, only tentative, it cannot reflect reality. But, on the other hand, the question of atoms, etc., as a working hypothesis is very correctly put by the spiritualist. Modern, cultured fideism, which Ward directly deduces from his spiritualism, does not think of demanding anything more than the declaration that the concepts of natural science are working hypotheses. We will, sirs, surrender science to you scientists provided you surrender epistemology, philosophy to us. Such is the condition for the cohabitation of the theologians and professors in the advanced capitalist countries. Among the other points on which Ward connects his epistemology with the new physics must be counted his determined attack on matter. What is matter and what is energy? Asks Ward, mocking at the plethora of hypotheses and their contradictoriness. Is it ether or ethers? Or, perhaps, some new perfect fluid, arbitrarily endowed with new and improbable qualities? And Ward's conclusion is: we find nothing definite except movement left. Heat is a mode of motion, elasticity is a mode of motion, light and magnetism are modes of motion. Nay, mass itself is, in the end, supposed to be but a mode of motion of a something that is neither solid, nor liquid nor gas, that is neither itself a body nor an aggregate of bodies, that is not phenomenal and must not be noumenal, a veritable apeiron, a term used by the Greek philosophers signifying infinite, boundless on which we can impose our own terms, Volume I, p. 140. The spiritualist is true to himself when he divorces motion from matter. The movement of bodies is transformed in nature into a movement of something that is not a body with a constant mass, into a movement of an unknown charge of an unknown electricity in an unknown ether. This dialectics of material transformation, performed in the laboratory and in the factory, serves in the eyes of the idealist, as in the eyes of the public at large, and of the Machians, not as a confirmation of materialist dialectics, but as evidence against materialism. The mechanical theory, as a professed explanation of the world, receives its death blow from the progress of mechanical physics itself, p. 143. The world is matter in motion, we reply, and the laws of its motion are reflected by mechanics in the case of moderate velocities and by the electromagnetic theory in the case of great velocities. Extended, solid, indestructible atoms have always been the stronghold of materialistic views of the universe. But, unhappily for such views, the hard, extended atom was not equal to the demands which increasing knowledge made upon it, p. 144. The destructibility of the atom, its inexhaustibility, the mutability of all forms of matter and of its motion, have always been the stronghold of dialectical materialism. All boundaries in nature are conditional, relative, movable, and express the gradual approximation of our mind towards the knowledge of matter. But this does not in any way prove that nature, matter itself, is a symbol, a conventional sign, i.e., the product of our mind. The electron is to the atom as a full stop in this book is to the size of a building 200 feet long, 100 feet broad, and 50 feet high. Lodge, it moves with a velocity as high as 270,000 kilometers per second, its mass is a function of its velocity, it makes 500 trillion revolutions in a second. All this is much more complicated than the old mechanics, but it is, nevertheless, movement of matter in space and time. Human reason has discovered many amazing things in nature and will discover still more, and will thereby increase its power over nature. But this does not mean that nature is the creation of our mind or of abstract mind, i.e., of Ward's God, Bogdanov's substitution, etc. Rigorously carried out as a theory of the real world, that ideal, i.e., the ideal of mechanism, lands us in nihilism. All changes are motions, for motions are the only changes we can understand, and so what moves, to be understood, must itself be motion, p. 166. As I have tried to show, and as I believe, the very advance of physics is proving the most effectual cure for this ignorant faith in matter and motion as the inmost substance rather than the most abstract symbols of the sum of existence. We can never get to God through a mere mechanism, p. 180. Well, this is exactly in the spirit of the studies in the philosophy of Marxism. Mr. Ward, you ought to address yourself to Lunacharsky, Yushkevich, Bazarov and Bogdanov. They are a little more shamefaced than you are, but they preach the same doctrine. 5. The two trends in modern physics, and German idealism. In 1896, the well-known Kantian idealist Hermann Cohen, with unusually triumphant exultation, wrote an introduction to the 5th edition of the Geschichte Materialismus, the falsified history of materialism written by F. Albert Lang. Theoretical idealism, exclaims Cohen, PXXVI, has already begun to shake the materialism of the natural scientists, and perhaps in only a little while will defeat it completely. Idealism is permeating, Durchwirken, the new physics. Atomism must give place to dynamism. It is a remarkable turn of affairs that research into the chemical problem of substance should have led to a fundamental triumph over the materialist view of matter. Just as Thales performed the first abstraction of the idea of substance, and linked it with speculations on the electron, so the theory of electricity was destined to cause the greatest revolution in the conception of matter and, through the transformation of matter into force, bring about the victory of idealism, PXXIX. Hermann Cohen is as clear and definite as James Ward in pointing out the fundamental philosophical trends, and does not lose himself, as our Machians do, in petty distinctions between this and that energeticist, symbolist, empirio-criticist, empirio-monist idealism, and so forth. Cohen takes the fundamental philosophical trend of the school of physics that is now associated with the names of Mach, Poincaré, and others and correctly describes this trend as idealist. The transformation of matter into force is here for Cohen the most important triumph of idealism, just as it was for the ghost-seeing scientists whom J. Dietzgen exposed in 1869. Electricity is proclaimed a collaborator of idealism, because it has destroyed the old theory of the structure of matter, shattered the atom and discovered new forms of material motion, so unlike the old, so totally uninvestigated and unstudied, so unusual and miraculous, that it permits nature to be presented as non-material, spiritual, mental, psychical, motion. Yesterday's limit to our knowledge of the infinitesimal particles of matter has disappeared, hence concludes the idealist philosopher, matter has disappeared, but thought remains. Every physicist and every engineer knows that electricity is material, motion, but nobody knows clearly what is moving, hence concludes the idealist philosopher, we can dupe the philosophically uneducated with the seductively economical proposition, let us conceive motion without matter. Hermann Cohen tries to enlist the famous physicist Heinrich Hertz as his ally. Hertz is ours, he is a Kantian, we sometimes find him admitting the a priori, he says. Hertz is ours, he is a Machian, contends the Machian Klein-Peter, for in Hertz we have glimpses of the same subjectivist view of the nature of our concepts as in the case of Mach. Asterisk. This strange dispute as to where Hertz belongs is a good example of how the idealist philosopher sees on the minutest error, the slightest vagueness of expression on the part of renowned scientists in order to justify their refurbished defense of fideism. As a matter of fact, Hertz's philosophical preface to his Mechanic asterisk displays the usual standpoint of the scientist who has been intimidated by the professorial hue and cry against the metaphysics of materialism, but who nevertheless cannot overcome his instinctive conviction of the reality of the external world. This has been acknowledged by Klein-Peter himself, who on the one hand casts to the mass of readers thoroughly false popularly written pamphlets on the theory of knowledge of natural science, in which Mach figures side by side with Hertz, while on the other, in specifically philosophical articles, he admits that Hertz, as opposed to Mach and Pearson, still clings to the prejudice that all physics can be explained in a mechanistic way, that he retains the concept of the thing in itself and the usual standpoint of the physicists, and that Hertz still adheres to a picture of the universe in itself, and so on. It is interesting to note Hertz's view of energetics. He writes, if we inquire into the real reason why physics at the present time prefers to express itself in terms of energetics, we may answer that it is because in this way it best avoids talking about things of which it knows very little. Of course, we are now convinced that ponderable matter consists of atoms, and in certain cases we have fairly definite ideas of the magnitude of these atoms and of their motions. But the form of the atoms, their connection, their motions in most cases, all these are entirely hidden from us. So that our conception of atoms is therefore in itself an important and interesting object for further investigations, but is not particularly adapted to serve as a known and secure foundation for mathematical theories. OPCIT, Volume 3, p. 21. Hertz expected that further study of the ether would provide an explanation of the nature of traditional matter. Its inertia and gravitational force, Volume I, p. 354. It is evident from this that the possibility of a non-materialist view of energy did not even occur to Hertz. Energetics served the philosophers as an excuse to desert materialism for idealism. The scientist regards energetics as a convenient method of expressing the laws of material motion at a period when, if we may so express it, physicists had left the atom but had not yet arrived at the electron. This period is to a large extent not yet at an end. One hypothesis yields place to another. Nothing whatever is known of the positive electron. Only 3 months ago, June 22, 1908, Jean Becquerel reported to the French Academy of Science that he had succeeded in discovering this new component part of matter. Comptes rendus de séances de l'Académie de Sciences, p. 1311. How could idealist philosophy refrain from taking advantage of such an opportunity, when matter was still being sought by the human mind and was therefore no more than a symbol, etc.? Another German idealist, one far more reactionary than Cohen, Eduard von Hartmann, devoted a whole book to the world outlook of modern physics, Die Weltanschauung der modernen Physik, Leipzig, 1902. We are, of course, not interested in the specific arguments of the author in favor of his own variety of idealism. For us it is important only to point out that this idealist notes the same phenomena as Ray, Ward, and Cohen. Modern physics had grown up on a realist basis, says Hartmann, and it was only the neo-Kantian and agnostic movement of our own time that led it to reinterpret its data in an idealist spirit, p. 218. According to Hartmann, three epistemological systems constitute the basis of modern physics: hylokinetics, from the Greek hyle matter, and kinesis motion, i.e., the recognition of physical phenomena as matter in motion, energetics, and dynamism, i.e., the recognition of force without substance. Of course, the idealist Hartmann favors dynamism, from which he draws the conclusion that the laws of nature are world thought. In a word, he substitutes the psychical for physical nature. But he is forced to admit that hylokinetics has the majority of physicists on its side, that it is the system that is most frequently employed, p. 190, that its serious defect is materialism and atheism, which threaten from pure hylokinetics, p. 189. This author quite justly regards energetics as an intermediary system and calls it agnosticism, p. 136. Of course, it is an ally of pure dynamism, for it dethrones substance, pages 6, 192, but Hartmann dislikes its agnosticism as a form of Anglomania, which is incompatible with the genuine idealism of a true German reactionary. It is highly instructive to see how this irreconcilable partisan idealist, non-partisans in philosophy are just as hopelessly thick-headed as they are in politics, explains to the physicists what it means to follow one epistemological trend or another. Only a very few of the physicists who follow this fashion, writes Hartmann in reference to the idealist interpretation of the latest results in physics, realize the full scope and implications of such an interpretation. They have failed to observe that physics with its specific laws has retained significance only insofar as, despite its idealism, it has adhered to realistic basic propositions, viz., the existence of things in themselves, their real mutability in time, real causality. Only by granting these realistic premises, the transcendental validity of causality, time, and three-dimensional space, i.e., only on the condition that nature, of whose laws physics speaks, coincides with a realm of things in themselves, can one speak of natural laws as distinct from psychological laws. Only if natural laws operate in a realm independent of our mind can they serve as an explanation of the fact that the logically necessary effects of our images are always images of the natural historically necessary effects of the unknown which they reflect or symbolize in our consciousness, pages 218-19. Hartmann rightly feels that the idealism of the new physics is nothing but a fashion, and not a serious philosophical turn away from natural historical materialism, and he, therefore, correctly explains to the physicists that in order to transform the fashion into consistent, integral philosophical idealism it is necessary radically to modify the doctrine of the objective reality of time, space, causality, and natural law. We cannot regard only atoms, electrons, and ether as mere symbols, as a mere working hypothesis. Time, space, the laws of nature and the whole external world must also be proclaimed a working hypothesis. Either materialism, or the universal substitution of the psychical for the whole of physical nature, those anxious to confound the two are legion, but we and Bogdanov are not of their number. Among the German physicists, Ludwig Boltzmann, who died in 1906, systematically combated the Machian tendency. We have already pointed out that as against those who were carried away by the new epistemological dogmas he simply and clearly reduced Machism to solipsism, see above, chap. I. 6. Boltzmann, of course, was afraid to call himself a materialist and even explicitly stated that he did not deny the existence of God*, but his theory of knowledge is essentially materialistic, and expresses, as is admitted by S. Gunther, the historian of natural science in the 19th century, the views of the majority of scientists. We know, says Boltzmann, of the existence of all things solely from the impressions they make on our senses, OPCIT, p. 29. Theory is an image, or copy, of nature, of the external world, p. 77. To those who say that matter is only a complex of sense perceptions, Boltzmann points out that in that case other people are only the sensations of the speaker, p. 168. These ideologues, as Boltzmann sometimes calls the philosophical idealists, present us with a subjective picture of the world, p. 176, whereas the author prefers a simpler objective picture of the world. The idealist compares the assertion that matter exists as well as our sensations with the child's opinion that a stone which is beaten experiences pain. The realist compares the assertion that one cannot conceive how the mental can be formed from the material, or even from the play of atoms, with the opinion of an uneducated person who asserts that the distance between the sun and the earth cannot be 20 million miles, for he cannot conceive it, p. 186. Boltzmann does not deny that the ideal of science is to present mind and volition as complex actions of particles of matter, p. 396. L. Boltzmann frequently polemicized against Ostwald's energetics from the standpoint of a physicist, and argued that Ostwald could neither disprove nor eliminate the formula of kinetic energy, half the mass multiplied by the square of velocity, and that he was revolving in a vicious circle by first deducing energy from mass, by accepting the formula of kinetic energy, and then defining mass as energy, pages 112,139. This reminds me of Bogdanov's paraphrase of Mach in the third book of his Empirio monism. In science, writes Bogdanov in reference to Mach's mechanic, 111, the concept matter is reduced to the coefficient of mass as it appears in the equations of mechanics. Upon accurate analysis, however, the coefficient of mass proves to be the reciprocal of the acceleration when two physical body complexes interact, p. 146. It is evident that if a certain body is taken as a unit, the motion, mechanical, of all other bodies can be expressed as a mere relation of acceleration. But this does not at all mean that bodies, i.e., matter, disappear or cease to exist independently of our mind. When the whole world is reduced to the movement of electrons, it will be possible to eliminate the electron from all equations, because it will be everywhere assumed, and the correlation between groups or aggregates of electrons will reduce itself to their mutual acceleration, if the forms of motion prove to be as simple as those of mechanics. Combating the phenomenalist physics of Mach and co., Boltzmann maintained that those who believe atomism to have been eliminated by differential equations, cannot see the wood for the trees, p. 144. If we do not wish to entertain illusions as to the significance of a differential equation, we cannot doubt that this picture of the world, expressed in differential equations, must again by its nature be an atomic one, i.e., an instruction that the changes in time of a vast quantity of things arranged in three-dimensional space must be thought of in accordance with definite rules. The things can, of course, be similar or dissimilar, unchangeable or changeable, etc. p. 156. If we are perfectly clear, said Boltzmann in an address delivered to the Congress of Scientists held in Munich in 1899, that the phenomenalists cloaked in differential equations likewise base themselves on atom-like discrete units, Einzelwesen, which they have to picture as possessing now certain properties now others for each group of phenomena, the need for a simplified, uniform atomism will soon again be felt, p. 223. The electron theory is developing into an atomic theory of electricity as a whole, p. 357. The unity of nature is revealed in the astonishing analogy between the differential equations of the various realms of phenomena. The same equations can be regarded as solving the problems of hydrodynamics and of the theory of potentials. The theory of vortices in fluids and the theory of friction in gases, Gasrebung, reveal a most astonishing analogy to the theory of electromagnetism, etc. p. 7. Those who accept the theory of universal substitution cannot escape the question, who was it that thought of substituting physical nature so uniformly? As if in answer to those who brush aside the physicist of the old school, Boltzmann relates in detail how certain specialists in physical chemistry are adopting an epistemological position contrary to that of Marxism. Vogel, the author of one of the best comprehensive works of 1903, according to Boltzmann, takes up a definitely hostility. Recent revolution in natural science. 2. Towards the so-called phenomenalism so often recommended today, p. 381. He tries rather to obtain as concrete and clear an idea as possible of the nature of atoms and molecules and of the forces and agencies acting between them, and this idea he attempts to bring into conformity with the most recent experiments in this field: ions, electrons, radium, Zeeman effect, etc. The author strictly adheres to the dualism of matter and energy *, which have this in common, that each has a special law of conservation. In regard to matter, the author also holds fast to the dualism between ponderable matter and ether, yet regards the latter as material in the strictest sense, p. 381. In the second volume of his work, Theory of Electricity, the author from the very outset takes the view that the phenomena of electricity are determined by the interaction and movement of atom-like entities, the electrons, p. 383. Hence, we find that what the spiritualist James Ward admitted to be true of England applies also to Germany, namely, that the physicists of the realistic school systematize the facts and discoveries of recent years no less successfully than the physicists of the symbolist school, and that the essential difference between them consists only in their epistemological points of view. 348. Two Trends, and French Fideism. 349. 6. The two trends in modern physics, and French Fideism. In France, idealist philosophy has seized upon the vacillations of Machian physics with no less determination. We have already seen how the neo-criticists greeted Mach's mechanic and how they immediately discerned the idealist character of the principles of Mach's philosophy. The French Machian, Henri Poincaré, was even more successful in this respect. The most reactionary idealist philosophy, the implications of which were definitely fideistic, immediately seized upon his theory. An adherent of this philosophy, Leroy, argued thus: the truths of science are conventional signs, symbols. You have abandoned the absurd, metaphysical claims to knowledge of objective reality. Well then, be logical and agree with us that science has practical significance only for one sphere of human activity, and that religion has a no less real significance for another sphere of activity, symbolic. Machian science has no right to deny theology. Poincaré was abashed by these conclusions, and in his book La Valeur de la Science made a special attack on them. But just see what epistemological position he was obliged to adopt in order to rid himself of allies of the type of Leroy. He writes, M. Leroy regards the intellect as incurably impotent only in order to give greater place to other sources of knowledge, for instance, the heart, sentiment, instinct, and faith. Pages 214-15. I do not go to the limit, he says. Scientific laws are conventions, symbols, but if scientific recipes have a value as rules of action, it is because we know that, in general at least, they are successful. But to know this is already to know something, and if so, how can you say that we can know nothing? p. 219. Poincaré resorts to the criterion of practice. But he only shifts the question without settling it, for this criterion may be interpreted in a subjective as well as in an objective way. Leroy also admits this criterion for science and industry. All he denies is that this criterion proves objective truth, for such a denial suffices him for admitting the subjective truth of religion along with the subjective truth of science, i.e., as not existing apart from mankind. Poincaré realizes that one cannot limit oneself to a reference to practice in arguing against Leroy, and he passes to the question of the objectivity of science. What is the criterion of its objectivity? Well, it is exactly the same as the criterion of our belief in external objects. These objects are real inasmuch as the sensations they evoke in us, Chu Ils News font. Eprever, appear to be united by some sort of indestructible cement and not by an ephemeral accident, pages 269 to 70. The author of such a remark may well be a great physicist, but it is absolutely indisputable that only the Voroshilovishkeviks can take him seriously as a philosopher. Materialism is declared to have been destroyed by a theory which at the first onslaught of fideism takes refuge under the wing of materialism. For it is the purest materialism to say that sensations are evoked in us by real objects and that belief in the objectivity of science is the same as belief in the objective existence of external objects. It can be said, for instance, that ether has no less reality than any external body, p. 270. What an outcry our mock eons would have raised had a materialist said that! How many feeble witticisms would have been uttered at the expense of ethereal materialism, and so forth. But 5 pages later the founder of recent Empirio symbolism declares, everything that is not thought is pure nothing, since we can think nothing but thought, p. 276. You are mistaken, M. Poincaré, your works prove that there are people who can only think what is entirely devoid of thought. To this class of people belongs the notorious muddler, Georges Sorel, who maintains that the first 2 parts of Poincaré's book on the value of science are written in the spirit of Leroy and that therefore the two philosophers can be reconciled as follows: the attempt to establish an identity between science and the world is an illusion. There is no need to raise the question whether science can have knowledge of nature or not, for it is sufficient that science should correspond with the mechanisms created by us. Georges Sorel, Les préoccupations métaphysiques de physiciens modernes. Metaphysical Preoccupations of the Modern Physicists, Paris, 1907, pages 77, 80, 81. But while it is sufficient merely to mention the philosophy of Poincaré and pass on, it is imperative to dwell at some length on the work of Ray. We have already pointed out that the 2 basic trends in modern physics, which Ray calls the conceptualist and the neo-mechanistic, reduce themselves to the difference between the idealist and the materialist epistemologies. We must now see how the positivist Ray solves a problem which is diametrically opposed to that broached by the spiritualist James Ward and the idealists Cohen and Hartman, the problem, namely, not of seizing upon the philosophical mistakes of the new physics, its leanings towards idealism, but of rectifying these mistakes and of proving the illegitimacy of the idealist, and fideist, conclusions drawn from the new physics. A thread that runs through the whole of Ray's work is the recognition of the fact that the new physical theory of the conceptualists, mock eons, has been seized upon by fideism, pages 11, 17, 220, 362, etc., and philosophical idealism, p. 200, skepticism as to the rights of the intellect and the rights of science, pages 210, 220, subjectivism, p. 311, and so forth. Therefore, Ray quite rightly makes the analysis of the opinions of the physicists on the objective validity of physics, p. 3, the center of his work. And what are the results of this analysis? Let us take the basic concept, the concept of experience. Ray assures us that Mach's subjectivist interpretation, for the sake of simplicity and brevity we shall take Mach as the representative of the school which Ray terms conceptualist, is a sheer misunderstanding. It is true that one of the outstanding new features of the philosophy of the end of the 19th century is that empiricism, becoming ever subtler and richer in nuances, leads to fideism, to the supremacy of faith. This same empiricism that was once the great war engine of skepticism against the assertions of metaphysics. Has not at bottom the real meaning of the word experience been distorted, little by imperceptible nuances? Experience, when returned to the conditions of existence, to that experimental science which renders it exact and refined, leads us to necessity and to truth, p. 398. There is no doubt that all Marxism, in the broad sense of the term, is nothing but a distortion, by means of imperceptible nuances, of the real meaning of the word experience. But how does Ray, who accuses only the fideists of distortion, but not Mach himself, correct this distortion? Listen. Experience is by definition a knowledge of the object. In physical science this definition is more in place than anywhere else. Experience is that over which our mind has no command, that which our desires, our volition, cannot control, that which is given and which is not of our own making. Experience is the object that faces, and face to, the subject, p. 314. Here you have an example of how Ray defends Marxism. What penetrating genius Engels revealed when he dubbed the latest type of adherents of philosophical agnosticism and phenomenalism shamefaced materialists. The positivist and ardent phenomenalist, Ray, is a superb specimen of this type. If experience is knowledge of the object, if experience is the object that faces the subject, if experience means that something external, quelque chose or, exists and necessarily exists, se pose et and se pose and s impose p. 324, this obviously amounts to materialism. Ray's phenomenalism, his ardent and emphatic assertion that nothing exists save sensations, that the objective is that which is generally valid, etc., etc. All this is only a fig leaf, an empty verbal covering for materialism, since we are told the objective is that which is given from without, that which is imposed, by experience, it is that which is not of our making, but which is made independently of us and which to a certain extent makes us, p. 320. Ray defends conceptualism by destroying conceptualism. The refutation of the idealist implications of Marxism is achieved only by interpreting Marxism after the manner of shamefaced materialism. Having himself admitted the distinction between the two trends in modern physics, Ray toils in the sweat of his brow to obliterate all distinctions in the interests of the materialist trend. Ray says of the neo-mechanist school, for instance, that it does not admit the least doubt, the least uncertainty as to the objectivity of physics, p. 237. Here in regard to the doctrines of this school one feels remote from the detours one was obliged to make from the standpoint of the other theories of physics in order to arrive at the assertion of this objectivity. But it is such detours of Marxism that Ray conceals by casting a veil over them in his exposition. The fundamental characteristic of materialism is that it starts from the objectivity of science, from the recognition of objective reality reflected by science, whereas idealism needs detours in order, in one way or another, to deduce objectivity from mind, consciousness, the psychic. The neo-mechanist, i.e., the prevailing school in physics, says Ray, believes in the reality of the physical theory just as humanity believes in the reality of the external world, p. 234, 22, thesis. For this school theory aims at being a copy, le decalque, of the object, p. 235. True. And this fundamental trait of the neo-mechanist school is nothing but the basis of materialist epistemology. No attempts of Ray to dissociate himself from the materialists or to assure us that the neo-mechanists are also in essence phenomenalists, etc., can mitigate this basic fact. The essence of the difference between the neo-mechanists, materialists who are more or less shamefaced, and the Machians is that the latter depart from this theory of knowledge, and departing from it inevitably fall into fideism. Take Ray's attitude to Mach's theory of causality and necessity in nature. Only at first glance, Ray assures us, does it appear that Mach is approaching scepticism and subjectivism, p. 76, this ambiguity, equivoque, p. 115, disappears if Mach's teaching is taken as a whole. And Ray takes it as a whole, quotes a series of passages from the Warmler 112 and the analyzed der Empfindungen, and specially deals with the chapter on causality in the former book, but he takes care not to quote the decisive passage, Mach's declaration that there is no physical necessity, but only logical necessity. All that one can say of such a procedure is that it does not interpret Mach but adorns him, that it obliterates the differences between neo-mechanism and Machism. Ray's conclusion is that Mach adopts the analysis and conclusions of Hume, Mill, and all the phenomenalists, according to whom the causal relation has no substantiality and is only a habit of thought. He has also adopted the fundamental thesis of phenomenalism, of which the doctrine of causality is only a consequence, namely, that nothing exists save sensations. But he adds, along a purely objectivist line, that science, analyzing sensations, discovers in them certain permanent and common elements which, although abstracted from these sensations, have the same reality as the sensations themselves, for they are taken from sensations by means of perceptual observation. And these permanent and common elements, such as energy and its various forms, are the foundation for the systematization of physics, p. 117. This means that Mach accepts Hume's subjective theory of causality and interprets it in an objectivist sense. Ray is shirking the issue when he defends Mach by referring to his inconsistency, and by maintaining that in the real interpretation of experience the latter leads to necessity. Now, experience is what is given to us from without, and if the necessity of nature and its laws are also given to man from without, from an objectively real nature, then, of course, all difference between Machism and materialism vanishes. Ray defends Machism against the charge of neo-mechanism by capitulating to the latter all along the line, retaining the word phenomenalism but not the essence of that trend. Poincaré, for instance, fully in the spirit of Mach, derives the laws of nature including even the tridimensionality of space from convenience. But this does not at all mean arbitrary, Ray hastens to correct. Oh no, convenient here expresses adaptation to the object, Ray's italics, p. 196. What a superb differentiation between the two schools and what a superb refutation of materialism. If Poincaré's theory is logically separated by an impassable gulf from the ontological interpretation of the mechanist school, i.e., from the latter's acceptance of theory as a copy of the object. If Poincaré's theory lends itself to the support of philosophical idealism, in the scientific sphere, at least, it agrees very well with the general evolution of the ideas of classical physics and the tendency to regard physics as objective knowledge, as objective as experience, that is, as the sensations from which experience proceeds, p. 200. On the one hand, we cannot but admit, on the other hand, it must be confessed. On the one hand, an impassable gulf divides Poincaré from neo-mechanism, although Poincaré stands in between Mach's conceptualism and neo-mechanism, while Mach, it would appear, is not separated by any gulf from neo-mechanism. On the other hand, Poincaré is quite compatible with classical physics which, according to Ray himself, completely accepts the standpoint of mechanism. On the one hand, Poincaré's theory lends itself to the support of philosophical idealism, on the other hand, it is compatible with the objective interpretation of the word experience. On the one hand, these bad fideists have distorted the meaning of the word experience by imperceptible deviations, by departing from the correct view that experience is the object. On the other hand, the objectivity of experience means only that experience is sensation, with which both Berkeley and Fichte agree. Ray got himself muddled because he had set himself the impossible task of reconciling the opposition between the materialist and the idealist schools in the new physics. He seeks to tone down the materialism of the neo-mechanist school, attributing to phenomenalism the views of physicists, who regard their theory as a copy of the object asterisk, and he seeks to tone down the idealism of the conceptualist school by pruning away the more emphatic declarations of its adherents and interpreting the rest in the spirit of shamefaced materialism. How far-fetched and fictitious is Ray's disavowal of materialism is shown, for example, by his opinion of the theoretical significance of the differential equations of Maxwell and Hertz. In the opinion of the Machians, the fact that these physicists limit their theory to a system of equations refutes materialism. There are equations and nothing else, no matter, no objective reality, only symbols. Boltzmann refutes this view, fully aware that he is refuting phenomenalist physics. Ray refutes this view thinking he is defending phenomenalism. He says, "We could not refuse to class Maxwell and Hertz among the mechanists because they limited themselves to equations similar to the differential equations of Lagrange's dynamics. This does not mean that in the opinion of Maxwell and Hertz we shall be unable to build a mechanical theory of electricity out of real elements. Quite the contrary, the fact that we represent electrical phenomena in a theory the form of which is identical with the general form of classical mechanics is proof of the possibility." p. 253. The indefiniteness of the present. Solution of the problem will diminish in proportion as the nature of the quantities, i.e., elements, that figure in the equations are more precisely determined. The fact that one or another form of material motion has not yet been investigated is not regarded by Ray as a reason for denying the materiality of motion. The homogeneity of matter, p. 262, not as a postulate, but as a result of experience and of the development of science, the homogeneity of the object of physics. This is the condition that makes the application of measurement and mathematical calculations possible. Here is Ray's estimate of the criterion of practice in the theory of knowledge. Contrary to the propositions of skepticism, it seems legitimate to say that the practical value of science is derived from its theoretical value, p. 368. Ray prefers not to speak of the fact that these propositions of skepticism are unequivocally accepted by Mach, Poincaré, and their entire school. The practical value and theoretical value of science are the two inseparable and strictly parallel aspects of its objective value. To say that a law of nature has practical value is fundamentally the same as saying that this law of nature has objectivity. To act on the object implies to modify the object. It implies a reaction on the part of the object that conforms to the expectation or anticipation contained in the proposition in virtue of which we acted on the object. Hence, this expectation or anticipation contains elements controlled by the object and by the action it undergoes. In these diverse theories there is thus a part of objectivity, p. 368. This is a thoroughly materialist, and only materialist, theory of knowledge. For other points of view, and Machism in particular, deny that the criterion of practice has objective significance, i.e., significance that does not depend upon man and mankind. To sum up, Ray approached the question from an angle entirely different from that of Ward, Cohen, and Co., but he arrived at the same result, namely, the recognition that the materialist and idealist trends form the basis of the division between the two principal schools in modern physics. 7. A Russian idealist physicist. Owing to certain unfortunate conditions under which I am obliged to work, I have been almost entirely unable to acquaint myself with the Russian literature of the subject under discussion. I shall confine myself to an exposition of an article that has an important bearing on my theme written by our notorious arch-reactionary philosopher, Mr. Lopatin. The article appeared in the September-October issue of Problems of Philosophy and Psychology, 113-1907, and is entitled An Idealist Physicist. A true Russian philosophical idealist, Mr. Lopatin bears the same relation to the contemporary European idealists as, for example, the union of the Russian people does to the reactionary parties of the West. All the more instructive is it, therefore, to see how similar philosophical trends manifest themselves in totally different cultural and social surroundings. Mr. Lopatin's article is, as the French say, an eulogy of the Russian physicist, the late N.I. Shishkin, died 1906. Mr. Lopatin was fascinated by the fact that this cultured man, who was much interested in Hertz and the new physics generally, was not only a right-wing constitutional Democrat, p. 339, but a deeply religious man, a devotee of the philosophy of Vladimir Solovyov, and so on and so forth. However, in spite of the fact that his main line of endeavor lies in the borderland between philosophy and the police department, Mr. Lopatin has also furnished certain material for a characterization of the epistemological views of this idealist physicist. Mr. Lopatin writes, he was a genuine positivist in his tireless endeavor to give the broadest possible criticism of the methods of investigation, suppositions, and facts of science from the standpoint of their suitability as means and material for the construction of an integral and perfected world outlook. In this respect N.I. Shishkin was the very antipode of many of his contemporaries. In previous articles of mine in this periodical, I have frequently endeavored to explain the heterogeneous and often shaky materials from which the so-called scientific world outlook is made up. They include established facts, more or less bold generalizations, hypotheses that are convenient at the given moment for one or another field of science, and even auxiliary scientific fictions. And all this is elevated to the dignity of incontrovertible objective truths, from the standpoint of which all other ideas and all other beliefs of a philosophical and religious nature must be judged, and everything in them that is not indicated in these truths must be rejected. Our highly talented natural scientist and thinker, Professor V. I. Vernadsky, has shown with exemplary clarity how shallow and unfounded are these claims to convert the scientific views of a given historical period into an immobile, dogmatic system obligatory for all. And it is not only the broad reading public that is guilty of making such a conversion. Footnote by Mr. Lopatin. For the broad public a number of popular books have been written, the purpose of which is to foster the conviction that there exists such a scientific catechism providing an answer to all questions. Typical works of this kind are Buchner's Force and Matter and Haeckel's The Riddle of the Universe, and not only individual scientists in particular branches of science. What is even more strange is that the sin is frequently committed by the official philosophers, all of whose efforts are at times directed only to proving that they are saying nothing but what has been said before them by representatives of the several sciences, and that they are only saying it in their own language. N.I. Shishkin had no trace of prejudiced dogmatism. He was a convinced champion of the mechanical explanation of the phenomena of nature, but for him it was only a method of investigation. p. 341. So. A familiar refrain. He was far from believing that the mechanical theory reveals the true nature of the phenomena investigated. He regarded it only as the most convenient and fertile method of unifying and explaining them for the purposes of science. For him, therefore, the mechanical conception of nature and the materialist view of nature by no means coincide. Exactly as in the case of the authors of the studies in the philosophy of Marxism. Quite the contrary, it seemed to him that in questions of a higher order, the mechanical theory ought to take a very critical, even a conciliatory attitude. In the language of the Machians this is called overcoming the obsolete, narrow, and one-sided opposition between materialism and idealism. Questions of the first beginning and ultimate end of things, of the inner nature of our mind, of freedom of the will, the immortality of the soul and so forth, cannot in their full breadth of meaning come within its scope, since as a method of investigation it is confined within the natural limits of its applicability solely to the facts of physical experience. p. 342. The last two lines are an undoubted plagiarism from A. Bogdanov's Empirio monism. Light can be regarded, wrote Shishkin in his article Psychophysical Phenomena from the Standpoint of the Mechanical Theory, Problems of Philosophy and Psychology, BK1, p. 127, as substance, as motion, as electricity, as sensation. There is no doubt that Mr. Lopatin is absolutely right in ranking Shishkin among the positivists, and that this physicist belonged body and soul to the Machian school of the new physics. In his statement on light, Shishkin means to say that the various methods of regarding light are various methods of organizing experience, in A. Bogdanov's terminology, all equally legitimate from different points of view, or that they are various connections of elements, in Mach's terminology, and that, in any case, the physicist's theory of light is not a copy of objective reality. But Shishkin argues very badly. Light can be regarded as substance, as motion. He says. But in nature there is neither substance without motion nor motion without substance. Shishkin's first apposition is meaningless. As electricity. Electricity is a movement of substance, hence Shishkin is wrong here too. The electromagnetic theory of light has shown that light and electricity are forms of motion of one and the same substance, ether. As sensation. Sensation is an image of matter in motion. Save through sensations, we can know nothing either of the forms of substance or of the forms of motion. Sensations are evoked by the action of matter in motion upon our sense organs. That is how science views it. The sensation of red reflects ether vibrations of a frequency of approximately 450 trillions per second. The sensation of blue reflects ether vibrations of a frequency of approximately 620 trillions per second. The vibrations of the ether exist independently of our sensations of light. Our sensations of light depend on the action of the vibrations of the ether on the human organ of vision. Our sensations reflect objective reality, i.e., something that exists independently of humanity and of human sensations. That is how science views it. Shishkin's argument against materialism is the cheapest kind of sophistry. 8. The essence and significance of physical idealism. We have seen that the question of the epistemological deductions that can be drawn from the new physics has been raised and is being discussed from the most varied points of view in English, German and French literature. There can be no doubt that we have before us a certain international ideological current, which is not dependent upon any one philosophical system, but which is the result of certain general causes lying outside the sphere of philosophy. The foregoing review of the facts undoubtedly shows that Marxism is connected with the new physics, but at the same time reveals that the version of this connection spread by our Marxians is fundamentally incorrect. As in philosophy, so in physics, our Marxians slavishly follow the fashion, and are unable from their own, Marxist, standpoint to give a general survey of particular currents and to judge the place they occupy. A double falsity pervades all the talk about Marx philosophy being the philosophy of 20th century natural science, the recent philosophy of the sciences, recent natural scientific positivism and so forth. Bogdanov in the Introduction to Analysis of Sensations, pages 4, 12, cf. Also Yushkevich, Valentinov and co. Firstly, Marxism is ideologically connected with only one school in one branch of modern science. Secondly, and this is the main point, what in Marxism is connected with this school is not what distinguishes it from all other trends and systems of idealist philosophy, but what it has in common with philosophical idealism in general. It suffices to cast a glance at the ideological current in question as a whole in order to leave no shadow of doubt as to the truth of this statement. Take the physicists of this school, the German Mach, the Frenchman Henri Poincaré, the Belgian P. Duhem, the Englishman Karl Pearson. They have much in common, they have the same basis and are following the same direction, as each of them rightly acknowledges. But what they have in common includes neither the doctrine of Empirio criticism in general, nor Mach's doctrine, say, of the world elements in particular. The three latter physicists even know nothing of either of these doctrines. They have only one thing in common: philosophical idealism, towards which they all, without exception, tend more or less consciously, more or less decisively. Take the philosophers who base themselves on this school of the new physics, who try to ground it epistemologically and to develop it, and you will again find the German immanentists, the disciples of Mach, the French neo-criticists and idealists, the English spiritualists, the Russian Lopudin and, in addition, the one and only Empirio monist, A. Bogdanov. They all have only one thing in common, namely, that they all more or less consciously, more or less decisively, either with an abrupt and precipitate slant towards fideism, or with a personal aversion to it, as in Bogdanov's case, are vehicles of philosophical idealism. The fundamental idea of the school of the new physics under discussion is the denial of the objective reality given us in our sensation and reflected in our theories, of the doubt as to the existence of such a reality. Here this school departs from materialism, inaccurately called realism, neo-mechanism, hylokinetism, and not in any appreciable degree consciously developed by the physicists, which by general acknowledgement prevails among the physicists and departs from it as a school of physical idealism. To explain this last term, which sounds very strange, it is necessary to recall an episode in the history of modern philosophy and modern science. In 1866 L. Feuerbach attacked Johannes Müller, the famous founder of modern physiology, and ranked him with the physiological idealists, Werke, Volume X, p. 197. The idealism of this physiologue consisted in the fact that when investigating the significance of the mechanism of our sense organs in relation to sensations, showing, for instance, that the sensation of light is produced as the result of the action of various stimuli on the eye, he was inclined to arrive from this at a denial that our sensations are images of objective reality. This tendency of one school of scientists towards physiological idealism, i.e., towards an idealist interpretation of certain data of physiology, was very accurately discerned by L. Feuerbach. The connection between physiology and philosophical idealism, chiefly of the Kantian kind, was for a long time after that exploited by reactionary philosophy. F. A. Lang made great play of physiology in support of Kantian idealism and in refutation of materialism, while among the immanentists, whom Bogdanov so incorrectly places midway between Mach and Kant, J. Remke in 1882 specially campaigned against the allegation that Kantianism was confirmed by physiology *, that a number of eminent physiologists at that time gravitated towards idealism, and Kantianism is as indisputable as that today a number of eminent physicists gravitate towards philosophical idealism. Physical idealism, i.e., the idealism of a certain school of physicists at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, no more refutes materialism, no more establishes the connection between idealism, or empirio-criticism, and natural science, than did the similar efforts of F. A. Lang and the physiological idealists. The deviation towards reactionary philosophy manifested in both cases by one school of scientists in one branch of science is a temporary deflection, a transitory period of sickness in the history of science, an ailment of growth, mainly brought on by the abrupt breakdown of old established concepts. The connection between modern physical idealism and the crisis of modern physics is, as we have already pointed out, generally acknowledged. The arguments of sceptical criticism levelled against modern physics, writes A. Ray, who is referring not so much to the sceptics as to the outspoken adherents of fideism, like Brunetière, essentially amount to the proverbial argument of all sceptics, a diversity of opinions, among the physicists. But this diversity proves nothing against the objectivity of physics. In the history of physics, as in history generally, one can distinguish great periods which differ by the form and general aspect of theories. But as soon as a discovery is made that affects all fields of physics because it establishes some cardinal fact hitherto badly or very partially perceived, the entire aspect of physics is modified, a new period sets in. This is what occurred after Newton's discoveries, and after the discoveries of Joule-Meyer and Carnot-Clausius. The same thing, apparently, is taking place since the discovery of radioactivity. The historian who later sees things from the necessary distance has no trouble in discerning a steady evolution where contemporaries saw conflicts, contradictions, and divisions into various schools. Apparently, the crisis which physics has undergone in recent years, despite the conclusions drawn from it by philosophical criticism, is no different. It even excellently illustrates the typical crisis of growth, crise de croissance, occasioned by the great modern discoveries. The undeniable transformation of physics which will result, could there be evolution or progress without it, will not perceptibly alter the scientific spirit, OPCIT, pages 370-72. Ray the Conciliator tries to unite all schools of modern physics against fideism. This is a falsity, well meant, but a falsity nevertheless, for the trend of the school of Mach-Poincare-Pearson towards idealism, i.e., refined fideism, is beyond dispute. And the objectivity of physics that is associated with the basis of the scientific spirit, as distinct from the fideist spirit, and that Ray defends so ardently, is nothing but a shamefaced formulation of materialism. The basic materialist spirit of physics, as of all modern science, will overcome all crises, but only by the indispensable replacement of metaphysical materialism by dialectical materialism. Ray the conciliator very often tries to gloss over the fact that the crisis in modern physics consists in the latter's deviation from a direct, resolute, and irrevocable recognition of the objective value of its theories. But facts are stronger than all attempts at reconciliation. The mathematicians, writes Ray, in dealing with a science, the subject matter of which, apparently at least, is created by the mind of the scientist, and in which, at any rate, concrete phenomena are not involved in the investigation, have formed too abstract a conception of the science of physics. Attempts have been made to bring it ever closer to mathematics, and the general conception of mathematics has been transferred to the conception of physics. This is an invasion of the mathematical spirit into the methods of judging and understanding physics that is denounced by all the experimenters. And is it not to this influence, none the less powerful because at times concealed, that are often due the uncertainty, the wavering of mind regarding the objectivity of physics, and the detours made or the obstacles surmounted in order to demonstrate it? p. 227. This is excellently said. Wavering of mind as to the objectivity of physics, this is the very essence of fashionable physical idealism. The abstract fictions of mathematics seem to have interposed a screen between physical reality and the manner in which the mathematicians understand the science of this reality. They vaguely feel the objectivity of physics. Although they desire above all to be objective when they engage in physics, although they seek to find and retain a foothold in reality, they are still haunted by old habits. So that even in the concepts of energetics, which had to be built more solidly and with fewer hypotheses than the old mechanism which sought to copy, decalque, the sensible universe and not to reconstruct it, we are still dealing with the theories of the mathematicians. They, the mathematicians, have done everything to save objectivity, for they are aware that without objectivity there can be no physics. But the complexity or deviousness of their theories nevertheless leaves an uneasy feeling. It is too artificial, too far-fetched, too stilted, edify. The experimenter here does not feel the spontaneous confidence which constant contact with physical reality gives him. This in effect is what is said by all physicists who are primarily physicists or who are exclusively physicists, and their name is legion. This is what is said by the entire neo-mechanist school. The crisis in physics lies in the conquest of the realm of physics by the mathematical spirit. The progress of physics on the one hand, and the progress of mathematics on the other, led in the 19th century to a close amalgamation between these two sciences. Theoretical physics has become mathematical physics. Then there began the formal period, that is to say, the period of mathematical physics, purely mathematical physics not as a branch of physics so to speak, but as a branch of mathematics cultivated by the mathematicians. Along this new line the mathematician, accustomed to conceptual, purely logical, elements, which furnish the sole subject matter of his work, and feeling himself cramped by crude, material elements, which he found insufficiently pliable, necessarily always tended to reduce them to abstractions as far as possible, to present them in an entirely non-material and conceptual manner, or even to ignore them altogether. The elements, as real, objective data, as physical elements, so to speak, completely disappeared. There remained only formal relations represented by the differential equations. If the mathematician is not the dupe of his constructive work, when he analyzes theoretical physics, he can recover its ties with experience and its objective value, but at a first glance, and to the uninitiated person, we seem faced with an arbitrary development. The concept, the notion, has everywhere replaced the real element. Thus, historically, by virtue of the mathematical form assumed by theoretical physics, is explained the ailment, malaise, the crisis of physics, and its apparent withdrawal from objective facts, pages 228 to 32. Such is the first cause of physical idealism. The reactionary attempts are engendered by the very progress of science. The great successes achieved by natural science, the approach to elements of matter so homogeneous and simple that their laws of motion can be treated mathematically, encouraged the mathematicians to overlook matter. Matter disappears, only equations remain. In the new stage of development, and apparently in a new manner, we get the old Kantian idea: reason prescribes laws to nature. Hermann Cohen, who, as we have seen, rejoices over the idealist spirit of the new physics, goes so far as to advocate the introduction of higher mathematics in the schools in order to imbue high school students with the spirit of idealism, which is being extinguished in our materialistic age. F. A. Lang, Geschichte Materialismus, 5. Auflage, 1896, BD. 2, S. Lix. This, of course, is the ridiculous dream of a reactionary, and, in fact, there is and can be nothing here but a temporary infatuation with idealism on the part of a small number of specialists. But what is highly characteristic is the way the drowning man clutches at a straw, the subtle means whereby representatives of the educated bourgeoisie artificially attempt to preserve, or to find a place for, the fideism which is engendered among the masses of the people by their ignorance and their downtrodden condition, and by the wild absurdities of capitalist contradictions. Another cause which bred physical idealism is the principle of relativism, the relativity of our knowledge, a principle which, in a period of breakdown of the old theories, is taking a firm hold upon the physicists, and which, if the latter are ignorant of dialectics, is bound to lead to idealism. The question of the relation between relativism and dialectics plays perhaps the most important part in explaining the theoretical misadventures of Marxism. Take Ray, for instance, who, like all European positivists, has no conception whatever of Marxist dialectics. He employs the word dialectics exclusively in the sense of idealist philosophical speculation. As a result, although he feels that the new physics has gone astray on the question of relativism, he nevertheless flounders helplessly and attempts to differentiate between moderate and immoderate relativism. Of course, immoderate relativism logically, if not in practice, borders on actual scepticism, p. 215, but there is no immoderate relativism, you see, in Poincaré. Just fancy, one can, like an apothecary, weigh out a little more or a little less relativism and thus save Marxism. As a matter of fact, the only theoretically correct formulation of the question of relativism is given in the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels, and ignorance of it is bound to lead from relativism to philosophical idealism. Incidentally, the failure to understand this fact is enough to render Mr. Behrman's absurd book, Dialectics in the Light of the Modern Theory of Knowledge, utterly valueless. Mr. Behrman repeats the old nonsense about dialectics, which he has entirely failed to understand. We have already seen that in the theory of knowledge all the Marxians, at every step, reveal a similar lack of understanding. All the old truths of physics, including those which were regarded as firmly established and incontestable, have proven to be relative truths. Hence, there can be no objective truth independent of mankind. Such is the argument not only of all the Marxians, but of the physical idealists in general. That absolute truth results from the sum total of relative truths in the course of their development, that relative truths represent relatively faithful reflections of an object existing independently of man, that these reflections become more and more faithful, that every scientific truth, notwithstanding its relative nature, contains an element of absolute truth. All these propositions, which are obvious to anyone who has thought over Engels' Anti-Düring, are for the modern theory of knowledge a book with 7 seals. Such works as Duhame's Theory of Physics or Stallo's, which Mach particularly recommends, show very clearly that these physical idealists attach the most significance to the proof of the relativity of our knowledge, and that they are in reality vacillating between idealism and dialectical materialism. Both authors, who belong to different periods, and who approach the question from different angles, Duhame's speciality is physics, in which field he has worked for 20 years, Stallo was an erstwhile orthodox Hegelian who grew ashamed of his own book on natural philosophy, written in 1848 in the old Hegelian spirit, energetically combat the atomistic mechanical conception of nature. They point to the narrowness of this conception, to the impossibility of accepting it as the limit of our knowledge, to the petrification of many of the ideas of writers who hold this conception. And it is indeed undeniable that the old materialism did suffer from such a defect. Engels reproached the earlier materialists for their failure to appreciate the relativity of all scientific theories, for their ignorance of dialectics and for their exaggeration of the mechanical point of view. But Engels, unlike Stallo, was able to discard Hegelian idealism and to grasp the great and true kernel of Hegelian dialectics. Engels rejected the old metaphysical materialism for dialectical materialism, and not for relativism that sinks into subjectivism. The mechanical theory, says Stallo, for instance, in common with all metaphysical theories, hypostasis partial, ideal, and, it may be, purely conventional groups of attributes, or single attributes, and treats them as varieties of objective reality, p. 150. This is quite true, if you do not deny objective reality and combat metaphysics for being anti-dialectical. Stallo does not realize this clearly. He has not understood materialist dialectics and therefore frequently slips, by way of relativism, into subjectivism and idealism. The same is true of Duhem. With an enormous expenditure of labor, and with the help of a number of interesting and valuable examples from the history of physics, such as one frequently encounters in Mach, he shows that every law of physics is provisional and relative, because it is approximate, p. 280. The man is hammering at an open door. Will be the thought of the Marxist when he reads the lengthy disquisitions on this subject. But that is just the trouble with Duhem, Stallo, Mach, and Poincaré, that they do not perceive the door opened by dialectical materialism. Being unable to give a correct formulation of relativism, they slide from the latter into idealism. A law of physics, properly speaking, is neither true nor false, but approximate, writes Duhem, p. 274. And this but contains the beginning of the falsity, the beginning of the obliteration of the boundary between a scientific theory that approximately reflects the object, i.e., approaches objective truth, and an arbitrary, fantastic, or purely conventional theory, such as, for example, a religious theory or the theory of the game of chess. Duhem carries this falsity to the point of declaring that the question whether material reality corresponds to perceptual phenomena is metaphysics, p. 10. Away with the question of reality. Our concepts and hypotheses are mere signs, p. 26, arbitrary, p. 27, constructions, and so forth. There is only one step from this to idealism, to the physics of the believer, which Empirio Duhem preaches in the Kantian spirit, Ray, p. 162, cf. p. 160. But the good Adler, Fritz, also a Machian would-be Marxist, could find nothing cleverer to do than to correct Duhem as follows. Duhem, he claims, eliminates the realities concealed behind phenomena only as objects of theory, but not as objects of reality. Asterisk. This is the familiar criticism of Kantianism from the standpoint of Hume and Berkeley. But, of course, there can be no question of any conscious Kantianism on the part of Duhem. He is merely vacillating, as is Mach, not knowing on what to base his relativism. In many passages he comes very close to dialectical materialism. He says that we know sound such as it is in relation to us but not as it is in itself, in the sound-producing bodies. This reality, of which our sensations give us only the external and the veil, is made known to us by the theories of acoustics. They tell us that where our perceptions register only this appearance which we call sound, there really exists a very small and very rapid periodic movement, etc. p. 7. Bodies are not symbols of sensations, but sensations are symbols, or rather, images, of bodies. The development of physics gives rise to a constant struggle between nature, which does not tire of offering new material, and reason, which does not tire of cognizing, p. 32. Nature is infinite, just as its smallest particle, including the electron, is infinite, but reason just as infinitely transforms things in themselves into things for us. Thus, the struggle between reality and the laws of physics will continue indefinitely. To every law that physics may formulate, reality will sooner or later oppose a rude refutation in the form of a fact, but, indefatigable, physics will improve, modify, and complicate the refuted law, p. 290. This would be a quite correct exposition of dialectical materialism if the author firmly held to the existence of this objective reality independent of humanity. The theory of physics is not a purely artificial system which is convenient today and unsuitable tomorrow. It is a classification, which becomes more and more natural, a reflection, which grows clearer and clearer, of the realities that the experimental method cannot contemplate face to face, p. 445. In this last phrase the Machian Duhem flirts with Kantian idealism. It is as if the way is being opened for a method other than the experimental one, and as if we cannot know the things in themselves directly, immediately, face to face. But if the theory of physics becomes more and more natural, that means that nature, reality, reflected by this theory, exists independently of our consciousness, and that is precisely the view of dialectical materialism. In a word, the physical idealism of today, just as the physiological idealism of yesterday, merely means that one school of natural scientists in one branch of natural science has slid into a reactionary philosophy, being unable to rise directly and at once from metaphysical materialism to dialectical materialism. This step is being made, and will be made, by modern physics, but it is making for the only true method and the only true philosophy of natural science, not directly, but by zigzags, not consciously but instinctively, not clearly perceiving its final goal, but drawing closer to it gropingly, hesitatingly, and sometimes even with its back turned to it. Modern physics is in travail, it is giving birth to dialectical materialism. The process of childbirth is painful. And in addition to a living healthy being, there are bound to be produced certain dead products, refuse fit only for the garbage heap. And the entire school of physical idealism, the entire empirio-critical philosophy, together with empirio-symbolism, empirio-monism, and so on, and so forth, must be regarded as such refuse. Chapter 6. Empirio-criticism and historical materialism. The Russian Machians, as we have already seen, are divided into two camps. Mr. V. Chernov and the collaborators of the Russkoye Bogatstvo 114 are downright and consistent opponents of dialectical materialism, both in philosophy and history. The other company of Machians, in whom we are more interested here, are would-be Marxists and try in every way to assure their readers that Marxism is compatible with the historical materialism of Marx and Engels. True, these assurances are for the most part nothing but assurances. Not a single Machian would-be Marxist has ever made the slightest attempt to present in any systematic way the real trends of the founders of empirio-criticism in the field of the social sciences. We shall dwell briefly on this question, turning first to the statements to be found in writings of the German empirio-criticists and then to those of their Russian disciples. 1. The excursions of the German empirio-criticists into the field of the social sciences. In 1895, when R. Avenarius was still alive, there appeared in the Philosophical Journal edited by him an article by his disciple, F. Blay, entitled Metaphysics in Political Economy. All the teachers of empirio-criticism wage war on the metaphysics not only of explicit and conscious philosophical materialism, but also of natural science, which instinctively adopts the standpoint of the materialist theory of knowledge. The disciple takes up arms against metaphysics in political economy. The fight is directed against the most varied schools of political economy, but we are interested only in the character of the empirio-critical argument against the school of Marx and Engels. The purpose of the present investigation, writes Franz Blay, is to show that all political economy until now, in its endeavor to interpret the phenomena of economic life, operates with metaphysical premises, that it derives the laws governing an economy from the nature of the latter, and man is only an incidental factor in relation to these laws. In all its theories, political economy has hitherto rested on metaphysical grounds. All its theories are unbiological, and therefore unscientific and worthless for knowledge. The theoreticians do not know what they are building their theories on, what the soil is of which these theories are the fruit. They regard themselves as realists operating without any premises whatever, for they are, forsooth, dealing with sober, nookatern, practical and tangible, synphalic, economic phenomena. And all have that family resemblance to many trends in physiology which only the same parents, viz., metaphysics and speculation, can transmit to their children, in our case to the physiologists and economists. One school of economists analyzes the phenomena of economy of Empirio, and his school put ordinary words in quotation marks in order to show that they, the true philosophers, discern the essentially metaphysical character of a use of words which is so vulgar and so unrefined by epistemological analysis without placing what they find, das Gefunden, in this way into relation with the behavior of individuals. The physiologists exclude the behavior of the individual from their investigations as being actions of the soul, work agenda seal, while the economists of this trend declare the behavior of individuals to be negligible in relation to the immanent laws of economy, pages 378 to 79. With Marx, theory established economic laws from construed processes, and these laws figured in the initial section, initial Abschnitt, of the dependent vital series, while the economic processes figured in the final section, final Abschnitt. Economy was transformed by the economists into a transcendental category, in which they discovered such laws as they wished to discover, the laws of capital and labor, rent, wages and profit. The economists transformed man into a Platonic idea capitalist, worker, etc. Socialism ascribed to the capitalist the character of being greedy for profit, liberalism ascribed to the worker the character of being exacting, and both characters were moreover explained by the operation of the laws of capital, pages 381 to 82. Marx came to the study of French socialism and political economy with a socialist world outlook, and his aim as regards knowledge was to provide a theoretical foundation for his world outlook in order to safeguard his initial value. He found the law of value in Ricardo. But the conclusion which the French socialists had drawn from Ricardo could not satisfy Marx in his endeavor to safeguard his E-value 11.5 brought into a vital difference, i.e., his world outlook, for these conclusions had already entered as a component part into the content of his initial value in the form of indignation at the robbery of the workers, and so forth. The conclusions were rejected as being formally untrue economically, for they are simply an application of morality to political economy. But what formally may be economically incorrect, may all the same be correct from the point of view of world history. If the moral consciousness of the mass declares an economic fact to be unjust, that is a proof that the fact itself has been outlived, that other economic facts have made their appearance, owing to which the former one has become unbearable and untenable. Therefore, a very true economic content may be concealed behind the formal economic incorrectness. From Engels' preface to Karl Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy. Having quoted the above passage from Engels, Blay continues. In the above quotation, the middle section, Medialabschnitt, of the dependent series which interests us here is detached abgehoben, a technical term of Avenarius implying, reached the consciousness, separated off. After the cognition that an economic fact must be concealed behind the moral consciousness of injustice, comes the final section, final Abschnitt. The theory of Marx is a statement, i.e., an E-value, i.e., a vital difference which passes through 3 stages, 3 sections, initial, middle and final, Lichtalabschnitt, Medialabschnitt, Finalabschnitt. i.e., the cognition of that economic fact. Or, in other words, the task now is to find again the initial value, his world outlook, in the economic facts in order to safeguard the initial value. This definite variation of the dependent series already contains the Marxist metaphysics, regardless of how the cognist appears in the final section, final Abschnitt. The socialist world outlook, as an independent E-value, absolute truth, is given a basis retrospectively by means of a special theory of knowledge, namely, the economic system of Marx and the materialist theory of history. By means of the concept of surplus value, the subjective truth, in the Marxist world outlook finds its objective truth. In the theory of knowledge of the economic categories, the safeguarding of the initial value is completed, and metaphysics has retrospectively received its critique of knowledge, pages 384 to 86. The reader is probably fuming at us for quoting at such length this incredibly trivial rigmarole, this quasi-scientific tomfoolery decked out in the terminology of Avenarius. But wer den Feind will verstehen, muss im Feind's Land gehen. Who would know the enemy must go into the enemy's territory. 116. And our Avenarius philosophical journal is indeed enemy territory for Marxists. And we invite the reader to restrain for a minute his legitimate aversion for the buffoons of bourgeois science and to analyze the argument of Avenarius' disciple and collaborator. Argument number 1. Marx is a metaphysician who did not grasp the epistemological critique of concepts, who did not work out a general theory of knowledge, and who simply inserted materialism into his special theory of knowledge. This argument contains nothing original to Blay personally. We have already seen scores and hundreds of times that all the founders of Empirio criticism and all the Russian Machians accuse materialism of metaphysics, or, more accurately, they repeat the hackneyed arguments of the Kantians, Humeans, and idealists against materialist metaphysics. Argument number 2, Marxism is as metaphysical as natural science, physiology. And here again it is not Blay who is responsible for this argument, but Mach and Avenarius, for it was they who declared war on natural historical metaphysics, applying that name to the instinctively materialist theory of knowledge to which, on their own admission and according to the judgment of all who are in any way versed in the subject, the vast majority of scientists adhere. Argument number 3, Marxism declares that personality is a quantite negligible, a cipher, that man is an incidental factor, subject to certain immanent laws of economics, that an analysis de gefunden, i.e., of what is found, of what is given, etc., is lacking. This argument is a complete repetition of the stock of ideas of the empiriocritical principle coordination, i.e., of the idealist crotchet in Avenarius' theory. Blay is absolutely right when he says that it is impossible to find the slightest hint of such idealist nonsense in Marx and Engels, and that from the standpoint of this nonsense Marxism must be rejected completely, from the very beginning, from its fundamental philosophical premises. Argument number 4, Marx's theory is unbiological, it is entirely innocent of vital differences and of similar spurious biological terms which constitute the science of the reactionary professor, Avenarius. Blay's argument is correct from the standpoint of Marxism, for the gulf between Marx's theory and Avenarius' biological spillikins is indeed obvious at once. We shall presently see how the Russian Machian would-be Marxists in effect followed in Blay's footsteps. Argument number 5, the partisanship, the partiality of Marx's theory and his preconceived solution. The empiriocriticists as a whole, and not Blay alone, claim to be nonpartisan both in philosophy and in social science. They are neither for socialism nor for liberalism. They make no differentiation between the fundamental and irreconcilable trends of materialism and idealism in philosophy, but endeavor to rise above them. We have traced this tendency of Marxism through a long series of problems of epistemology, and we ought not to be surprised when we encounter it in sociology. Argument number 6, ridiculing objective truth. Blay at once sensed, and rightly sensed, that historical materialism and Marx's entire economic doctrine are permeated through and through by a recognition of objective truth. And Blay accurately expressed the tendency of Marx and Avenarius doctrines, when, precisely because of the idea of objective truth, he, from the very threshold, so to speak, rejected Marxism by at once declaring that there was absolutely nothing behind the Marxist teaching save the subjective views of Marx. And if our Machians renounce Blay, as they surely will, we shall tell them, you must not blame the mirror for showing a crooked face. Blay is a mirror which accurately reflects the tendencies of Empirio criticism, and a renouncement by our mock-eons would only bear witness to their good intentions and to their absurd eclectical endeavors to combine Marx and Avenarius. Let us pass from Blay to Petzold. If the former is a mere disciple, the latter is declared by outstanding Empirio criticists, such as Lesevic, to be a master. While Blay brings up the question of Marxism explicitly, Petzold, who would not demean himself by dealing with a mere Marx or a mere Engels, sets forth in positive form the views of Empirio criticism on sociology, which enables us to compare them with Marxism. The second volume of Petzold's Einführung in die Philosophie der reinen Erfahrung is entitled Auf dem Weg zum Dauernden, towards stability. The author makes the tendency towards stability the basis of his investigation. The main features of the ultimate, endgültig, state of stability of humanity can be inferred in its formal aspect. We thus arrive at the foundations of ethics, aesthetics, and the formal theory of knowledge, p3. Human development bears its goal within itself, it also tends towards a perfect, vollkommen, state of stability, p60. The signs of this are abundant and varied. For instance, are there many violent radicals who do not in their old age become more sensible, more restrained? True, this premature stability, p62, is characteristic of the Philistine. But do not Philistines constitute the compact majority? p62. Our philosopher's conclusion, which he gives in italics, is this: the quintessential feature of all the aims of our reasoning and creative activity is stability, p72. The explanation is, many cannot bear to see a key lying obliquely on the table, still less a picture hanging crooked on the wall. And such people are not necessarily pedants. It is only that they have a feeling that something is not in order, p72, Petzold's italics. In a word, the tendency to stability is a striving for an extreme, by its nature ultimate, state, p73. All this is taken from the 5th chapter of Volume 2 entitled Die psychische Tendenz zur Stabilität, the psychical tendency to stability. The proofs of this tendency are all very weighty. For instance, a striving for an extreme, a highest, in the original spatial sense, is pursued by the majority of mountain climbers. It is not always the desire for a spacious view or joy in the physical exercise of climbing in fresh air and wide nature that urges them towards the peaks, but also the instinct which is deeply ingrained in every organic being to pursue an adopted path of activity until a natural aim has been achieved, p73. Another example, the amount of money people will pay to secure a complete collection of postage stamps. It makes one's head swim to examine the price list of a dealer in postage stamps. And yet nothing is more natural and comprehensible than this urge for stability, p74. The philosophically untutored can have no conception of the breadth of the principles of stability and of economy of thought. Petzold develops his theory in detail for the profane. Sympathy is an expression of the immediate need for a state of stability, runs 28. Sympathy is not a repetition, a duplication of the observed suffering, but suffering on account of this suffering. The greatest emphasis must be placed on the immediacy of sympathy. If we admit this, we thereby admit that the welfare of others can concern a man just as immediately and fundamentally as his own welfare, and we thus at the same time reject every utilitarian and eudaimonistic foundation of ethics. Thanks to its longing for stability and peace, human nature is not fundamentally evil, but anxious to help. The immediacy of sympathy is frequently manifested in the immediacy of help. The rescuer will often fling himself without thought to save a drowning man. He cannot bear the sight of a person struggling with death, he forgets his other duties and risks his own life and the life of his near ones in order to save the useless life of some degraded drunkard. In other words, under certain circumstances sympathy can drive one to actions that are morally unjustifiable. And scores and hundreds of pages of empirio-critical philosophy are filled with such unutterable platitudes. Morality is deduced from the concept moral state of stability, the second section of Volume 2, Die Dauerbeste and der Ziel stable states of the soul, Chapter 1, Vom ethischen Dauerbestand on ethical stable states. The state of stability, according to the very concept of it, contains no conditions of change in any of its components. From this it at once follows that it can contain no possibility of war, p. 202. Economic and social equality is implied in the conception of the final, endgültig, stable state, p. 213. This state of stability is derived not from religion but from science. The majority cannot bring it about, as the socialists suppose, nor can the power of the socialists help humanity, p. 207. Oh, no. It is free development that will lead to the ideal. Are not, indeed, the profits of capital decreasing, and are not wages constantly increasing? p. 223. All the assertions about wage slavery are untrue, p. 229. A slave's leg could be broken with impunity, but now? No, moral progress is beyond doubt. Look at the university settlements in England, at the Salvation Army, p. 230, at the German ethical societies. In the name of aesthetic stability, Chapter 2, Section 2, Romanticism is rejected. But Romanticism embraces all forms of inordinate extension of the ego, idealism, metaphysics, occultism, solipsism, egoism, the forcible coercion of the minority by the majority, and the social democratic ideal of the organization of all labor by the state, pages 240-41. The sociological excursions of Blay, Petzold, and Mach are but an expression of the infinite stupidity of the Philistine, smugly retailing the most hackneyed rubbish under cover of a new empirio-critical systematization and terminology. A pretentious cloak of verbal artifices, clumsy devices in syllogistic, subtle scholasticism, in a word, as in epistemology, so in sociology, the same reactionary content under the same flamboyant signboard. Let us now turn to the Russian Mach-ians. 2. How Bogdanov corrects and develops Marx. In his article The Development of Life in Nature and Society, from the Psychology of Society, 1902, p. 35, etseq, Bogdanov quotes the well-known passage from the preface to the Zoocritic, 117, where the great sociologist, i.e., Marx, expounds the principles of historical materialism. Having quoted Marx's words, Bogdanov declares that the old formulation of historical monism, without ceasing to be basically true, no longer fully satisfies us, p. 37. The author wishes, therefore, to correct the theory, or to develop it, starting from the principles of the theory itself. The author's chief conclusion is as follows. We have shown that social forms belong to the comprehensive genus biological adaptations. But we have not thereby defined the province of social forms. For a definition, not only the genus, but also the species must be established. In their struggle for existence, men can unite only with the help of consciousness. Without consciousness there can be no intercourse. Hence, social life in all its manifestations is a consciously psychical life. Society is inseparable from consciousness. Social being and social consciousness are, in the exact meaning of these terms, identical. Pages 50, 51, Bogdanov's italics. That this conclusion is absolutely alien to Marxism has been pointed out by Orthodox, Philosophical Essays, St. Petersburg, 1906, p. 183, ff. But Bogdanov responded simply by abuse, picking upon an error in quotation, instead of in the exact meaning of these terms. Orthodox had quoted in the full meaning of these terms. This error was indeed committed, and the author had every right to correct it, but to raise a cry of mutilation, substitution, and so forth, Empirio monism, BK 3, peace live, is simply to obscure the essence of the point at issue by wretched words. Whatever exact meaning Bogdanov may have invented for the terms social being and social consciousness, there can be no doubt that the statement we have quoted is not correct. Social being and social consciousness are not identical, just as being in general and consciousness in general are not identical. From the fact that in their intercourse men act as conscious beings, it does not follow that social consciousness is identical with social being. In all social formations of any complexity, and in the capitalist social formation in particular, people in their intercourse are not conscious of what kind of social relations are being formed, in accordance with what laws they develop, etc. For instance, a peasant when he sells his grain enters into intercourse with the world producers of grain in the world market, but he is not conscious of it, nor is he conscious of the kind of social relations that are formed on the basis of exchange. Social consciousness reflects social being, that is Marx's teaching. A reflection may be an approximately true copy of the reflected, but to speak of identity is absurd. Consciousness in general reflects being, that is a general principle of all materialism. It is impossible not to see its direct and inseparable connection with the principle of historical materialism. Social consciousness reflects social being. Bogdanov's attempt imperceptibly to correct and develop Marx in the spirit of his principles is an obvious distortion of these materialist principles in the spirit of idealism. It would be ludicrous to deny it. Let us recall Bazarav's exposition of Empirio criticism, not Empirio monism. Oh no! There is such a wide difference between these systems. Sense perception is the reality existing outside us. This is plain idealism, a plain theory of the identity of consciousness and being. Recall, further, the formulation of W. Schupp, the immanentist, who swore and vowed as fervently as Bazarov and co. that he was not an idealist, and who with no less vigor than Bogdanov insisted on the very exact meaning of his terms being is consciousness. Now compare this with the refutation of Marx's historical materialism by the immanentist Schubertsattern. Every material process of production is always an act of consciousness on the part of its observer. In its epistemological aspect, it is not the external process of production that is the primary, prius, but the subject or subjects. In other words, even the purely material process of production does not lead us out of the general connection of consciousness. BOSS sein Zusammenhang. See das menschliche Glück und die soziale Frage, S 293, 295-96. Bogdanov may curse the materialists as much as he pleases for mutilating his thoughts, but no curses will alter the simple and plain fact. The correction of Marx's theory and the development of Marx supposedly in the spirit of Marx by the Empirio monist Bogdanov in no essential respect differ from the way the idealist and epistemological solipsist Schubertsattern endeavors to refute Marx. Bogdanov assures us that he is not an idealist. Schubertsattern assures us that he is a realist. Bazarov even believed him. In our time a philosopher has to declare himself a realist and an enemy of idealism. It is about time you understood this, Messrs. Mach-Ians. The immanentists, the empirio-criticists, and the empirio-monists all argue over particulars, over details, over the formulation of idealism, whereas we from the very outset reject all the principles of their philosophy common to this trinity. Let Bogdanov, accepting in the best sense and with the best of intentions all the conclusions of Marx, preach the identity of social being and social consciousness. We shall say, Bogdanov minus Empirio monism, or rather, minus Marxism, is a Marxist. For this theory of the identity of social being and social consciousness is sheer nonsense and an absolutely reactionary theory. If certain people reconcile it with Marxism, with Marxist behavior, we must admit that these people are better than their theory, but we cannot justify outrageous theoretical distortions of Marxism. Bogdanov reconciles his theory with Marx's conclusions, and sacrifices elementary consistency for the sake of these conclusions. Every individual producer in the world economic system realizes that he is introducing a certain change into the technique of production. Every owner realizes that he exchanges certain products for others, but these producers and these owners do not realize that in doing so they are thereby changing social being. The sum total of these changes in all their ramifications in the capitalist world economy could not be grasped even by 70 Marxes. The paramount thing is that the laws of these changes have been discovered, that the objective logic of these changes and their historical development have at bottom and in the main been disclosed objective, not in the sense that a society of conscious beings, men, could exist and develop independently of the existence of conscious beings, and it is only such trifles that Bogdanov stresses by his theory, but in the sense that social being is independent of the social consciousness of men. The fact that you live and conduct your business, beget children, produce products, and exchange them, gives rise to an objectively necessary chain of events, a chain of development, which is independent of your social consciousness, and is never grasped by the latter completely. The highest task of humanity is to comprehend this objective logic of economic evolution, the evolution of social life, in its general and fundamental features, so that it may be possible to adapt to it one's social consciousness and the consciousness of the advanced classes of all capitalist countries in as definite, clear, and critical a fashion as possible. Bogdanov admits all this. And what does this mean? It means in effect that his theory of the identity of social being and social consciousness is thrown overboard, that it becomes an empty scholastic appendage, as empty, dead and useless as the theory of general substitution or the doctrine of elements, introjection and the rest of the Machian rigmarole. But the dead lay hold of the living, the dead scholastic appendage, against the will of and independently of the consciousness of Bogdanov, converts his philosophy into a serviceable tool of the Schubert-Soderns and other reactionaries, who in 1,000 different keys, from 100 professorial chairs, disseminate this dead thing as a living thing, directed against the living thing, for the purpose of stifling it. Bogdanov personally is a sworn enemy of reaction in general and of bourgeois reaction in particular. Bogdanov's substitution and theory of the identity of social being and social consciousness serve this reaction. It is sad, but true. Materialism in general recognizes objectively real being, matter, as independent of consciousness, sensation, experience, etc., of humanity. Historical materialism recognizes social being as independent of the social consciousness of humanity. In both cases consciousness is only the reflection of being, at best an approximately true, adequate, perfectly exact, reflection of it. From this Marxist philosophy, which is cast from a single piece of steel, you cannot eliminate one basic premise, one essential part, without departing from objective truth, without falling a prey to a bourgeois reactionary falsehood. Here are further examples of how the dead philosophy of idealism lays hold of the living Marxist Bogdanov. The article What is Idealism? 1901, Ibid, p. 11 etseq. We arrive at the following conclusion, both where people agree in their judgments of progress and where they disagree. The basic meaning of the idea of progress is the same, namely, increasing completeness and harmony of conscious life. This is the objective content of the concept progress. If we now compare the psychological formulation of the idea of progress thus arrived at with the previously explained biological formulation, biological progress is an increase in the sum total of life, p. 14, we shall easily convince ourselves that the former fully coincides with the latter and can be deduced from it. And since social life amounts to the psychical life of members of society, here too the content of the idea of progress is the same increase in the completeness and harmony of life, only we must add, the social life of men. And, of course, the idea of social progress never had and cannot have any other content, p. 16. We have found that idealism expresses the victory in the human soul of moods more social over moods less social, that a progressive ideal is a reflection of the socially progressive tendency in the idealist psychology, p. 32. It need hardly be said that all this play with biology and sociology contains not a grain of Marxism. Both in Spencer and Mikhailovsky one may find any number of definitions not a whit worse than this, defining nothing but the good intentions of the author and betraying a complete lack of understanding of what is idealism and what materialism. The author begins Book 3 of Empirio Monism, the article Social Selection, Foundations of Method, 1906, by refuting the eclectic socio-biological attempts of Lang, Ferry, Waldman and many others, p. 1, and on page 15 we find the following conclusion of the inquiry. We can formulate the fundamental connection between energetics and social selection as follows. Every act of social selection represents an increase or decrease of the energy of the social complex concerned. In the former case we have positive selection, in the latter negative selection. Author's italics. And such unutterable trash is served out as Marxism. Can one imagine anything more sterile, lifeless, and scholastic than this string of biological and energeticist terms that contribute nothing, and can contribute nothing, in the sphere of the social sciences? There is not a shadow of concrete economic inquiry here, not a hint of the Marxist method, the method of dialectics and the world outlook of materialism, only a mere invention of definitions and attempts to fit them into the ready-made conclusions of Marxism. The rapid growth of the productive forces of capitalist society is undoubtedly an increase in the energy of the social whole. The second half of the phrase is undoubtedly a simple repetition of the first half expressed in meaningless terms which seem to lend profundity to the question, but which in reality in no way differ from the eclectic biologico-sociological attempts of Lang and Co. But the disharmonious character of this process leads to its culmination in a crisis, in a vast waste of productive forces, in a sharp decrease of energy. Positive selection is replaced by negative selection, p18. In what way does this differ from Lang? A biologic-energeticist label is tacked onto ready-made conclusions on the subject of crises, without any concrete material whatever being added and without the nature of crises being elucidated. All this is done with the very best intentions, for the author wishes to corroborate and give greater depth to Marx's conclusions, but in point of fact he only dilutes them with an intolerably dreary and lifeless scholasticism. The only Marxism here is a repetition of an already known conclusion, and all the new proof of it, all this social energetics, p34, and social selection is but a mere collection of words and a sheer mockery of Marxism. Bogdanov is not engaged in a Marxist inquiry at all he is doing is to reclothe results already obtained by the Marxist inquiry in a biological and energeticist terminology. The whole attempt is worthless from beginning to end, for the concepts selection, assimilation and dissimilation of energy, the energetic balance, and so forth, are, when applied to the sphere of the social sciences, but empty phrases. In fact, an inquiry into social phenomena and an elucidation of the method of the social sciences cannot be undertaken with the aid of these concepts. Nothing is easier than to tack the labels of energetics or biologico-sociology onto such phenomena as crises, revolutions, the class struggle and so forth, but neither is there anything more sterile, more scholastic and lifeless than such an occupation. The important thing is not that Bogdanov tries to fit all his results and conclusions into the Marxist theory or nearly all. We have seen the correction he made on the subject of the relation of social being to social consciousness, but that the methods of fitting this social energetics are thoroughly false and in no way differ from the methods of Lang. Herr Lang, on the labor question, etc., 2nd ed., Marx wrote to Kugelmann on June 27, 1870, sings my praises loudly, but with the object of making himself important. Herr Lang, you see, has made a great discovery. The whole of history can be brought under a single great natural law. This natural law is the phrase. In this application Darwin's expression becomes nothing but a phrase, struggle for life, and the content of this phrase is the Malthusian law of population or, rather, overpopulation. So, instead of analyzing the struggle for life as represented historically in various definite forms of society, all that has to be done is to translate every concrete struggle into the phrase struggle for life, and this phrase itself into the Malthusian population fantasy. One must admit that this is a very impressive method for swaggering, sham scientific, bombastic ignorance and intellectual laziness. 118. The basis of Marx's criticism of Lang is not that Lang foists Malthusianism in particular upon sociology, but that the transfer of biological concepts in general to the sphere of the social sciences is phrase-mongering. Whether the transfer is undertaken with good intentions, or with the purpose of bolstering up false sociological conclusions, the phrase-mongering nonetheless remains phrase-mongering. And Bogdanov's social energetics, his coupling of the doctrine of social selection with Marxism, is just such phrase-mongering. Just as in epistemology Mach and Avenarius did not develop idealism, but only overlaid the old idealist errors with a bombastic terminological rigmarole, elements, principal coordination, introjection, etc., so in sociology, even when there is sincere sympathy for Marxist conclusions, Empirio criticism results in a distortion of historical materialism by means of empty and bombastic energeticist and biological verbiage. A historical peculiarity of modern Russian Machism, or rather of the Machian epidemic among a section of the Social Democrats, is the following. Feuerbach was a materialist below and an idealist above. This to a certain extent applies also to Buchner, Voigt, Moleschott and Düring, with the essential difference that all these philosophers were pygmies and wretched bunglers compared with Feuerbach. Marx and Engels, as they grew out of Feuerbach and matured in the fight against the bunglers, naturally paid most attention to crowning the structure of philosophical materialism, that is, not to the materialist epistemology but to the materialist conception of history. That is why Marx and Engels laid the emphasis in their works rather on dialectical materialism than on dialectical materialism, why they insisted rather on historical materialism than on historical materialism. Our would-be Marxist Machians approached Marxism in an entirely different historical period, at a time when bourgeois philosophers were particularly specialising in epistemology, and, having assimilated in a one-sided and mutilated form certain of the component parts of dialectics, relativism, for instance, directed their attention chiefly to a defense or restoration of idealism below and not of idealism above. At any rate, positivism in general, and Machism in particular, have been much more concerned with subtly falsifying epistemology, assuming the guise of materialism and concealing their idealism under a pseudo-materialist terminology, and have paid comparatively little attention to the philosophy of history. Our Machians did not understand Marxism because they happened to approach it from the other side, so to speak, and they have assimilated and at times not so much assimilated as learned by rote Marx's economic and historical theory, without clearly apprehending its foundation, viz., philosophical materialism. And the result is that Bogdanov and co deserve to be called Russian Buchners and Dürings turned inside out. They want to be materialists above, but are unable to rid themselves of muddled idealism below. In the case of Bogdanov, above there is historical materialism, vulgarist, it is true, and much corrupted by idealism, below there is idealism, disguised in Marxist terminology and decked out in Marxist words. Socially organized experience, collective labor process, and so forth are Marxist words, but they are only words, concealing an idealist philosophy that declares things to be complexes of elements, of sensations, the external world to be experience, or an Empirio symbol of mankind, physical nature to be a product of the psychical, and so on and so forth. An ever subtler falsification of Marxism, an ever subtler presentation of anti-materialist doctrines under the guise of Marxism. This is the characteristic feature of modern revisionism in political economy, in questions of tactics and in philosophy generally, both in epistemology and in sociology. 3. Suvorov's Foundations of Social Philosophy. The studies in the philosophy of Marxism, the concluding article in which is the one by Comrade S. Suvorov mentioned above, by very reason of the collective nature of the book constitutes an unusually potent bouquet. When you have at one time and side by side the utterances of Bazarov, who says that according to Engels sense perception is the reality existing outside us, of Berman, who declares the dialectics of Marx and Engels to be mysticism, of Lunacharsky, who goes to the length of religion, of Yushkevich, who introduces the logos into the irrational stream of experience, of Bogdanov, who calls idealism the philosophy of Marxism, of Helfand, who purges J. Dyatzgen of materialism, and lastly, of S. Suvorov with his article Foundations of Social Philosophy. You at once get the aroma of the new alignment. Quantity has passed into quality. The seekers, who had heretofore been seeking separately in individual articles and books, have come out with a veritable pronunciamento. Individual disagreements among them are obliterated by the very fact of their collective appearance against, and not in, the philosophy of Marxism, and the reactionary features of Marxism as a current become manifest. Under these circumstances, Suvorov's article is all the more interesting for the fact that the author is neither an Empirio-monist nor an Empirio-criticist, but simply a realist. What relates him, therefore, to the rest of the company is not what distinguishes Bazarov, Yushkevich, and Bogdanov as philosophers, but what they all have in common against dialectical materialism. A comparison of the sociological arguments of this realist with the arguments of the Empirio-monist will help us to depict their common tendency. Suvorov writes, in the gradation of the laws that regulate the world process, the particular and complex become reduced to the general and simple, and all of them are subordinate to the universal law of development, the law of the economy of forces. The essence of this law is that every system of forces is the more capable of conservation and development the less its expenditure, the greater its accumulation and the more effectively expenditure serves. Accumulation. The forms of mobile equilibrium, which long ago evoked the idea of objective expediency, the solar system, the cycle of terrestrial phenomena, the process of life, arise and develop by virtue of the conservation and accumulation of the energy inherent in them by virtue of their intrinsic economy. The law of economy of forces is the unifying and regulating principle of all development in organic, biological, and social, p. 293, authors italics. With what remarkable ease do our positivists and realists turn out universal laws. What a pity these laws are no whit better than those turned out as easily and swiftly by Eugen Düring. Suvorov's universal law is just as empty and bombastic a phrase as Düring's universal laws. Try to apply this law to the first of the three fields mentioned by the author in organic development. You will see that no economy of forces apart from the law of the conservation and transformation of energy can be applied here, let alone applied universally. And the author had already disposed of the law of the conservation of energy, had already mentioned it, p. 292, as a separate law. What then remained in the field of inorganic development apart from this law? Where are the additions or complications, or new discoveries, or new facts which entitled the author to modify, perfect, the law of the conservation and transformation of energy into the law of the economy of forces? There are no such facts or discoveries. Suvorov does not even hint at them. He simply, to make it look impressive, as Turgenev's Bazarov 119 used to say, flourished his pen, and forth came a new universal law of real monistic philosophy, p. 292. That's the stuff we are made of. How are we worse than Düring? Take the second field of development, the biological. In this field, where the development of organisms takes place by the struggle for existence and selection, is it the law of the economy of forces or the law of the wastage of forces that is universal? But never mind. Real monistic philosophy can interpret the meaning of a universal law in one field in one way and in another field in another way, for instance, as the development of higher organisms from lower. What does it matter if the universal law is thus transformed into an empty phrase? The principle of monism is preserved. And in the third field, the social, the universal law can be interpreted in a third sense as the development of productive forces. That is why it is a universal law, so that it can be made to cover anything you please. Although social science is still young, it already possesses both a solid foundation and definite generalizations. In the 19th century it reached a theoretical level, and this constitutes Marx's chief merit. He elevated social science to the level of a social theory. Engels said that Marx transformed socialism from a utopia into a science, but this is not enough for Suvorov. It will sound more impressive if we distinguish theory from science. Was there a social science before Marx? And no harm is done if the distinction is absurd. By establishing the fundamental law of social dynamics, according to which the evolution of productive forces is the determining principle of all economic and social development. But the development of productive forces corresponds to the growth of the productivity of labor, to the relative reduction in expenditure and the increase in the accumulation of energy. See how fertile the real monistic philosophy is. A new, energeticist, foundation for Marxism has been created. This is the economic principle. Thus, Marx made the principle of the economy of forces the foundation of the social theory. This thus is truly superb. Because Marx has a political economy, let us therefore chew the word economy, and call the cud real monistic philosophy. No, Marx did not make any principle of the economy of forces the basis of his theory. These are absurdities invented by people who covet the laurels of Eugen Düring. Marx gave an absolutely precise definition of the concept growth of productive forces, and he studied the concrete process of this growth. But Suvorov invented a new term to designate the concept analyzed by Marx, and his invention was a very unhappy one and only confused matters. For Suvorov did not explain what is meant by the economy of forces, how it can be measured, how this concept can be applied, what precise and definite facts it embraces, and this cannot be explained, because it is a muddle. Listen to this. This law of social economy is not only the principle of the internal unity of social science. Can you make anything of this, reader, but also the connecting link between social theory and the general theory of being, p. 294. Well, here we have the general theory of being once more discovered by S. Suvorov, after it has already been discovered many times and in the most varied forms by numerous representatives of scholastic philosophy. We congratulate the Russian Machians on this new general theory of being. Let us hope that their next collective work will be entirely devoted to the demonstration and development of this great discovery. The way our representative of realistic, or real monistic, philosophy expounds Marx's theory will be seen from the following example. In general, the productive forces of men form a genetic gradation UG, and consist of their labor energy, harnessed elemental forces, culturally modified nature and the instruments of labor which make up the technique of production. In relation to the process of labor, these forces perform a purely economic function. They economize labor energy and increase the productivity of its expenditure, p. 298. Productive forces perform an economic function in relation to the process of labor. This is just as though one were to say that vital forces perform a vital function in relation to the process of life. This is not expounding Marx, this is clogging up Marxism with an incredible clutter of words. It is impossible to enumerate all the clutter contained in Suvorov's article. The socialization of a class is expressed in the growth of its collective power over both people and their property, p. 313. The class struggle aims at establishing forms of equilibrium between social forces, p. 322. Social dissension, enmity, and struggle are essentially negative, antisocial phenomena. Social progress, in its basic content, is the growth of social relations, of the social connections between people, p. 328. One could fill volumes with collections of such banalities, and the representatives of bourgeois sociology are filling volumes with them. But to pass them off as the philosophy of Marxism, that is going too far. If Suvorov's article were an experiment in popularizing Marxism, one would not judge it very severely. Everyone would admit that the author's intentions were of the best, but that the experiment was unsuccessful. And that would be the end of it. But when a group of Machians present us with such stuff and call it the foundations of social philosophy, and when we see the same methods of developing Marxism employed in Bogdanov's philosophical books, we arrive at the inevitable conclusion that there is an intimate connection between reactionary epistemology and reactionary efforts in sociology. 4 parties in philosophy and philosophical blockheads. It remains for us to examine the relation between Marxism and religion. But this broadens into the question of whether there are parties generally in philosophy, and what is meant by nonpartisanship in philosophy. Throughout the preceding exposition, in connection with every problem of epistemology touched upon and in connection with every philosophical question raised by the new physics, we traced the struggle between materialism and idealism. Behind the mass of new terminological devices, behind the litter of erudite scholasticism, we invariably discern two principal alignments, two fundamental trends in the solution of philosophical problems. Whether nature, matter, the physical, the external world should be taken as primary, and consciousness, mind, sensation, experience as the widespread terminology of our time has it, the psychical, etc., should be regarded as secondary. That is the root question which in fact continues to divide the philosophers into two great camps. The source of thousands upon thousands of errors and of the confusion reigning in this sphere is the fact that beneath the envelope of terms, definitions, scholastic devices, and verbal artifices, these two fundamental trends are overlooked. Bogdanov, for instance, refuses to acknowledge his idealism, because, you see, instead of the metaphysical concepts nature and mind, he has taken the experiential, physical and psychical. A word has been changed. The genius of Marx and Engels consisted in the very fact that in the course of a long period, nearly half a century, they developed materialism, that they further advanced one fundamental trend in philosophy, that they did not stop at reiterating epistemological problems that had already been solved, but consistently applied and showed how to apply this same materialism in the sphere of the social sciences, mercilessly brushing aside as litter and rubbish the pretentious rigmarole, the innumerable attempts to discover a new line in philosophy, to invent a new trend and so forth. The verbal nature of such attempts, the scholastic play with new philosophical isms, the clogging of the issue by pretentious devices, the inability to comprehend and clearly present the struggle between the two fundamental epistemological trends. This is what Marx and Engels persistently pursued and fought against throughout their entire activity. We said, nearly half a century. And, indeed, as far back as 1843, when Marx was only becoming Marx, i.e., the founder of scientific socialism, the founder of modern materialism, which is immeasurably richer in content and incomparably more consistent than all preceding forms of materialism. Even at that time Marx pointed out with amazing clarity the basic trends in philosophy. Karl Grun quotes a letter from Marx to Feuerbach dated October 20, 1843, 12-0, in which Marx invites Feuerbach to write an article for the Deutsche Französische Arbeitsschar 121 against Schelling. This Schelling, writes Marx, is a shallow braggart with his claims to having embraced and transcended all previous philosophical trends. To the French romanticists and mystics Schelling says, I am the union of philosophy and theology. To the French materialists, I am the union of the flesh and the idea. To the French sceptics, I am the destroyer of dogmatism. Asterisk. That the sceptics, be they called Humeans or Kantians, or, in the 20th century, Machians, cry out against the dogmatism of both materialism and idealism, Marx at that time already realized, and, without letting himself be diverted by any one of 1,000 wretched little philosophical systems, he was able through Feuerbach to take the direct materialist road as against idealism. 30 years later, in the afterword to the second edition of the first volume of Capital, Marx just as clearly and definitely contrasted his materialism to Hegel's idealism, the most consistent and developed idealism of all. He contemptuously brushed Kantian positivism aside and dubbed as wretched epigoni the contemporary philosophers who imagined that they had destroyed Hegel when in reality they had reverted to a repetition of the pre-Hegelian errors of Kant and Hume. In the letter to Kugelmann of June 27, 1870, Marx refers just as contemptuously to Buchner, Lang, Düring, Fechner, etc., because they understood nothing of Hegel's dialectics and treated him with scorn. And finally, take the various philosophical utterances by Marx in Capital and other works, and you will find an invariable basic motif, viz., insistence upon materialism and contemptuous derision of all obscurity, of all confusion and all deviations towards idealism. All Marx's philosophical utterances revolve within these two fundamental opposites, and, in the eyes of professorial philosophy, their defect lies in this narrowness and one-sidedness. As a matter of fact, this refusal to recognize the hybrid projects for reconciling materialism and idealism constitutes the great merit of Marx, who moved forward along a sharply defined philosophical road. Entirely in the spirit of Marx, and in close collaboration with him, Engels in all his philosophical works briefly and clearly contrasts the materialist and idealist lines in regard to all questions, without, either in 1878, or 1888, or 1892, 12 for taking seriously the endless attempts to transcend the one-sidedness of materialism and idealism, to proclaim a new trend positivism, realism, or some other professorial charlatanism. Engels based his whole fight against Dühring on the demand for consistent adherence to materialism, accusing the materialist Dühring of verbally confusing the issue, of phrase-mongering, of methods of reasoning which involved a compromise with idealism and adoption of the position of idealism. Either materialism consistent to the end, or the falsehood and confusion of philosophical idealism, such is the formulation of the question given in every paragraph of Anti-Dühring, and only people whose minds had already been corrupted by reactionary professorial philosophy could fail to notice it. And right down to 1894, when the last preface was written to Anti-Dühring, revised and enlarged by the author for the last time, Engels continued to follow the latest developments both in philosophy and science, and continued with all his former resoluteness to hold to his lucid and firm position, brushing away the litter of new systems, big and little. That Engels followed the new developments in philosophy is evident from Ludwig Feuerbach. In the 1888 preface, mention is even made of such a phenomenon as the rebirth of classical German philosophy in England and Scandinavia, whereas Engels, both in the preface and in the text of the book, has nothing but the most extreme contempt for the prevailing neo-Kantianism and Humism. It is quite obvious that Engels, observing the repetition by fashionable German and English philosophy of the old pre-Hegelian errors of Kantianism and Humism, was prepared to expect some good even from the turn to Hegel, in England and Scandinavia, hoping that the great idealist and dialectician would help to disclose petty idealist and metaphysical errors. Without undertaking an examination of the vast number of shades of neo-Kantianism in Germany and of Humism in England, Engels from the very outset refutes their fundamental deviation from materialism. Engels declares that the entire tendency of these two schools is scientifically a step backward. And what is his opinion of the undoubtedly positivist, according to the current terminology, the undoubtedly realist tendencies of these neo-Kantians and Humeans, among whose number, for instance, he could not help knowing Huxley? That positivism and that realism which attracted, and which continue to attract, an infinite number of muddleheads, Engels declared to be at best a Philistine method of smuggling in materialism while abusing and abjuring it publicly. One has to reflect only very little on such an appraisal of Thomas Huxley, a very great scientist and an incomparably more realistic realist and positive positivist than Mach, Avenarius, and co. In order to understand how contemptuously Engels would have greeted the present infatuation of a group of Marxists with recent positivism, the latest realism, etc. Marx and Engels were partisans in philosophy from start to finish. They were able to detect the deviations from materialism and concessions to idealism and fideism in each and every new tendency. They therefore appraised Huxley exclusively from the standpoint of his materialist consistency. They therefore rebuked Feuerbach for not pursuing materialism to the end, for renouncing materialism because of the errors of individual materialists, for combating religion in order to renovate it or invent a new religion, for being unable, in sociology, to rid himself of idealist phraseology and become a materialist. And whatever particular mistakes he committed in his exposition of dialectical materialism, J. Dietzgen fully appreciated and took over this great and most precious tradition of his teachers. Dietzgen sinned much by his clumsy deviations from materialism, but he never attempted to dissociate himself from it in principle. He never attempted to hoist a new standard, and always at the decisive moment he firmly and categorically declared, "I am a materialist, our philosophy is a materialist philosophy." Of all parties, R. Joseph Dietzgen justly said, the middle party is the most repulsive. Just as parties in politics are more and more becoming divided into two camps, So science too is being divided into two general classes, generalklasse and metaphysicians on the one hand, and physicists, or materialists, on the other. The intermediate elements and conciliatory quacks, with their various appellations, spiritualists, sensationalists, realists, etc., etc., fall into the current on their way. We aim at definiteness and clarity. The reactionaries who sound a retreat blouaisir, call themselves idealists, and materialists should be the name for all who are striving to liberate the human mind from the metaphysical spell. If we compare the two parties respectively to solid and liquid, between them there is a mush. True. The realists, etc., including the positivists, the Machians, etc., are all a wretched mush. They are a contemptible middle party in philosophy, who confuse the materialist and idealist trends on every question. The attempt to escape these two basic trends in philosophy is nothing but conciliatory quackery. J. Dietzgen had not the slightest doubt that the scientific priestcraft of idealist philosophy is simply the antechamber to open priestcraft. Scientific priestcraft, he wrote, is seriously endeavoring to assist religious priestcraft, pages cit. p. 51. In particular, the sphere of epistemology, the misunderstanding of the human mind, is such a louse hole, Lausgrube, in which both kinds of priests lay their eggs. Graduated flunkies, who with their talk of ideal blessings stultify the people by their tortuous, geschraubt, idealism, p. 53, that is J. Dietzgen's opinion of the professors of philosophy. Just as the antipodes of the good God is the devil, so the professorial priest, Ka the Derpfaffen, has his opposite pole in the materialist. The materialist theory of knowledge is a universal weapon against religious belief, p. 55, and not only against the notorious, formal, and common religion of the priests, but also against the most refined, elevated professorial religion of muddled, Bene Belter, idealists, p. 58. Dietzgen was ready to prefer religious honesty to the half-heartedness of free-thinking professors, p. 60, for there at least there is a system, there we find integral people who do not separate theory from practice. For the Herr Professor's philosophy is not a science, but a means of defense against social democracy. p. 107. All who call themselves philosophers, professors, and university lecturers are, despite their apparent free thinking, more or less immersed in superstition and mysticism. And in relation to social democracy constitute a single reactionary mass, p. 108. Now, in order to follow the true path, without being led astray by all the religious and philosophical gibberish, Welsh, it is necessary to study the falsest of all false paths, der Holzweg, philosophy, p. 103. Let us now examine Mach, Abenarius, and their school from the standpoint of parties in philosophy. Oh, these gentlemen boast of their nonpartisanship, and if they have an antipodes, it is the materialist. And only the materialist. A red thread that runs through all the writings of all the Machians is the stupid claim to have risen above materialism and idealism, to have transcended this obsolete antithesis, but in fact the whole fraternity are continually sliding into idealism and are conducting a steady and incessant struggle against materialism. The subtle epistemological crotchets of a man like Abenarius are but professorial inventions, an attempt to form a small philosophical sect of his own, but, as a matter of fact, in the general circumstances of the struggle of ideas and trends in modern society, the objective part played by these epistemological artifices is in every case the same, namely, to clear the way for idealism and fideism, and to serve them faithfully. In fact, it cannot be an accident that the small school of Empirio criticists is acclaimed by the English spiritualists, like Ward, by the French neo-criticists, who praise Mach for his attack on materialism, and by the German immanentists. Dietzgen's expression, graduated flunkies of fideism, hits the nail on the head in the case of Mach, Abenarius, and their whole school asterisk. It is the misfortune of the Russian Machians, who undertook to reconcile Machism and Marxism, that they trusted the reactionary professors of philosophy and as a result slipped down an inclined plane. The methods of operation employed in the various attempts to develop and supplement Marx were not very ingenious. They read Ostwald, believe Ostwald, paraphrase Ostwald, and call it Marxism. They read Mach, believe Mach, paraphrase Mach, and call it Marxism. They read Poincaré, believe Poincaré, paraphrase Poincaré, and call it Marxism. Not a single one of these professors, who are capable of making very valuable contributions in the special fields of chemistry, history, or physics, can be trusted one iota when it comes to philosophy. Why? For the same reason that not a single professor of political economy, who may be capable of very valuable contributions in the field of factual and specialized investigations, can be trusted one iota when it comes to the general theory of political economy. For in modern society the latter is as much a partisan science as is epistemology. Taken as a whole, the professors of economics are nothing but learned salesmen of the capitalist class, while the professors of philosophy are learned salesmen of the theologians. The task of Marxists in both cases is to be able to master and adapt the achievements of these salesmen. For instance, you will not make the slightest progress in the investigation of new economic phenomena unless you have recourse to the works of these salesmen, and to be able to lop off their reactionary tendency, to pursue your own line and to combat the whole alignment of forces and classes hostile to us. And this is just what our Machians were unable to do. They slavishly follow the lead of the reactionary professorial philosophy. Perhaps we have gone astray, but we are seeking, wrote Lunacharsky in the name of the authors of the studies. The trouble is that it is not you who are seeking, but you who are being sought. You do not go with your, i.e., Marxist, for you want to be Marxists, standpoint to every change in the bourgeois philosophical fashion. The fashion comes to you, foists upon you its new surrogates got up in the idealist taste, one day a la Ostwald, the next day a la Mach, and the day after a la Poincaré. These silly theoretical devices, energetics, elements, introjections, etc., in which you so naively believe are confined to a narrow and tiny school, while the ideological and social tendency of these devices is immediately spotted by the wards, the neocriticists, the immanentists, the Lopidans, and the pragmatists, and it serves their purposes. The infatuation for empirio-criticism and physical idealism passes as rapidly as the infatuation for neo-Kantianism and physio-logical idealism, but fideism takes its toll from every such infatuation and modifies its devices in 1,000 ways for the benefit of philosophical idealism. The attitude towards religion and the attitude towards natural science excellently illustrate the actual class use made of empirio-criticism by bourgeois reactionaries. Take the first question. Do you think it is an accident that in a collective work directed against the philosophy of Marxism Lunacharsky went so far as to speak of the deification of the higher human potentialities, of religious atheism, etc.? If you do, it is only because the Russian Machians have not informed the public correctly regarding the whole Machian current in Europe and the attitude of this current to religion. Not only is this attitude in no way similar to the attitude of Marx, Engels, J. Dietzgen and even Feuerbach, but it is the very opposite, beginning with Petzold's statement to the effect that empirio-criticism contradicts neither theism nor atheism, Einführung in die Philosophie der reinen Erfahrung, B.D. I. S. 351, or Mach's declaration that religious opinion is a private affair, French trans. P. 434, and ending with the explicit fideism, the explicitly arch-reactionary views of Cornelius, who praises Mach and whom Mach praises, of Carus and of all the immanentists. The neutrality of a philosopher in this question is in itself servility to fideism and Mach and Avenarius, because of the very premises of their epistemology, do not and cannot rise above neutrality. Once you deny objective reality, given us in sensation, you have already lost every one of your weapons against fideism, for you have slipped into agnosticism or subjectivism, and that is all fideism wants. If the perceptual world is objective reality, then the door is closed to every other reality or quasi-reality. Remember that Bazarab believed the realism of the immanentists, who declare God to be a real concept. If the world is matter in motion, matter can and must be infinitely studied in the infinitely complex and detailed manifestations and ramifications of this motion, the motion of this matter, but beyond it, beyond the physical, external world, with which everyone is familiar, there can be nothing. And the hostility to materialism and the showers of abuse heaped on the materialists are all in the order of things in civilized and democratic Europe. All this is going on to this day. All this is being concealed from the public by the Russian Machians, who have not once attempted even simply to compare the attacks made on materialism by Mach, Avenarius, Petzold, and Co., with the statements made in favor of materialism by Feuerbach, Marx, Engels, and J. Dietzgen. But this concealment of the attitude of Mach and Avenarius to fideism will not avail. The facts speak for themselves. No efforts can release these reactionary professors from the pillory in which they have been placed by the kisses of Ward, the neo-criticists, Schupp, Schubert-Sottern, Leclerc, the pragmatists, etc. And the influence of the persons mentioned, as philosophers and professors, the popularity of their ideas among the educated, i.e., the bourgeois, public, and the specific literature they have created are 10 times wider and richer than the particular little school of Mach and Avenarius. The little school serves those it should serve, and it is exploited as it deserves to be exploited. The shameful things to which Lunacharsky has stooped are not exceptional, they are the product of Empirio criticism, both Russian and German. They cannot be defended on the grounds of the good intentions of the author, or the special meaning of his words. If it were the direct and common, i.e., the directly fideistic meaning, we should not stop to discuss matters with the author, for most likely not a single Marxist could be found in whose eyes such statements would not have placed Anatol Lunacharsky exactly in the same category as Peter Struve. If this is not the case, and it is not the case yet, it is exclusively because we perceive the special meaning and are fighting while there is still ground for a fight on comradely lines. This is just the disgrace of Lunacharsky's statements that he could connect them with his good intentions. This is just the evil of his theory that it permits the use of such methods or of such conclusions in the pursuit of good intentions. This is just the trouble that at best good intentions are the subjective affair of Tom, Dick, or Harry, while the social significance of such statements is undeniable and indisputable, and no reservation or explanation can mitigate it. One must be blind not to see the ideological affinity between Lunacharsky's deification of the higher human potentialities and Bogdanov's general substitution of the psychical for all physical nature. This is one and the same thought. In the one case it is expressed principally from the aesthetic standpoint, and in the other from the epistemological standpoint. Substitution, approaching the subject tacitly and from a different angle, already deifies the higher human potentialities, by divorcing the psychical from man and by substituting an immensely extended, abstract, divinely lifeless psychical in general for all physical nature. And what of Yushkevicius' logos introduced into the irrational stream of experience? A single claw ensnared, and the bird is lost. And our Machians have all become ensnared in idealism, that is, in a diluted and subtle fideism. They became ensnared from the moment they took sensation not as an image of the external world but as a special element. It is nobody's sensation, nobody's mind, nobody's spirit, nobody's will. This is what one inevitably comes to if one does not recognize the materialist theory that the human mind reflects an objectively real external world. 5. Ernst Haeckel and Ernst Mach. Let us now examine the attitude of Machism, as a philosophical current, towards the natural sciences. All Machism, from beginning to end, combats the metaphysics of the natural sciences, this being the name they give to natural scientific materialism, i.e., to the instinctive, unwitting, unformed, philosophically unconscious conviction shared by the overwhelming majority of scientists regarding the objective reality of the external world reflected by our consciousness. And our Machians maintain a skulking silence regarding this fact and obscure or confuse the inseparable connection between the instinctive materialism of the natural scientists and philosophical materialism as a trend known long ago and hundreds of times affirmed by Marx and Engels. Take Avenarius. In his very first work, Philosophie als Denken der Welt gemäss dem Prinzip der kleinsten Kraftmasses, published in 1876, he attacked the metaphysics of the natural sciences i.e., natural scientific materialism, and, as he himself admitted in 1891, without, however, correcting his views, attacked it from the standpoint of epistemological idealism. Take Mach. From 1872, or even earlier, down to 1906 he waged continuous war on the metaphysics of natural science. However, he was conscientious enough to admit that his views were shared by a number of philosophers, the immanentists included, but by very few scientists. Analysis of Sensations, p. 9. In 1906 Mach also honestly admitted that the majority of scientists adhere to materialism, Erkenntnis und Irrtum, 2. Outflow, s4. Take Petzold. In 1900 he proclaimed that the natural sciences are thoroughly, ganz und gar, imbued with metaphysics. Their experience has still to be purified, Einführung in die Philosophie der reinen Erfahrung, bd. I. S. 343. We know that Avenarius and Petzold purify experience of all recognition of the objective reality given us in sensation. In 1904 Petzold declared, the mechanical world outlook of the modern scientist is essentially no better than that of the ancient Indians. It makes no difference whether the world rests on a mythical elephant or on just as mythical a swarm of molecules and atoms epistemologically thought of as real and therefore not used merely metaphorically. Bloss Bildlich, BD 2, S 176. Take Willy, the only Machian decent enough to be ashamed of his kinship with the immanentists. Yet, in 1905 he too declared, the natural sciences, after all, are also in many respects an authority of which we must rid ourselves, gegen die Schulweisheit, S 158. But this is all sheer obscurantism, out-and-out reaction. To regard atoms, molecules, electrons, etc., as an approximately true reflection in our mind of the objectively real movement of matter is equivalent to believing in an elephant upon which the world rests. No wonder that this obscurantist, decked in the cap and bells of fashionable positivism, was greeted by the immanentists with open arms. There is not a single immanentist who would not furiously attack the metaphysics of science, the materialism of the scientists, precisely because of the recognition by the scientists of the objective reality of matter, and its particles, time, space, laws of nature, etc., etc. Long before the new discoveries in physics which gave rise to physical idealism were made, Leclerc, using Mach as a support, combated the predominant materialist trend, Grundzug, of modern science. The title of 6 of Der Realismus Jus 1879, Schubert Sottern fought the metaphysics of natural science. The title of Chapter 2 of Grundlagen einer Erkenntnistheorie, 1884, Remke battled with natural scientific materialism, that metaphysics of the street, Philosophie und Kantianismus. 1882, S17, etc., etc. And the immanentists quite legitimately drew direct and outspoken fideist conclusions from this Machian idea of the metaphysical character of natural scientific materialism. If natural science in its theories depicts not objective reality, but only metaphors, symbols, forms of human experience, etc., it is beyond dispute that humanity is entitled to create for itself in another sphere no less real concepts, such as God, and so forth. The philosophy of the scientist Mach is to science what the kiss of the Christian Judas was to Christ. Mach likewise betrays science into the hands of fideism by virtually deserting to the camp of philosophical idealism. Mach's renunciation of natural scientific materialism is a reactionary phenomenon in every respect. We saw this quite clearly when we spoke of the struggle of the physical idealists against the majority of scientists, who continue to maintain the standpoint of the old philosophy. We shall see it still more clearly if we compare the eminent scientist, Ernst Haeckel, with the eminent, among the reactionary Philistines, philosopher, Ernst Mach. The storm provoked by Ernst Haeckel's The Riddle of the Universe in every civilized country strikingly brought out, on the one hand, the partisan character of philosophy in modern society and, on the other, the true social significance of the struggle of materialism against idealism and agnosticism. The fact that the book was sold in hundreds of thousands of copies, that it was immediately translated into all languages and that it appeared in specially cheap editions, clearly demonstrates that the book has found its way to the masses, that there are multitudes of readers whom Ernst Haeckel at once won over to his side. This popular little book became a weapon in the class struggle. The professors of philosophy and theology in every country of the world set about denouncing and annihilating Haeckel in every possible way. The eminent English physicist Lodge hastened to defend God against Haeckel. The Russian physicist Mr. Coulson went to Germany to publish a vile reactionary pamphlet attacking Haeckel and to assure the respectable Philistines that not all scientists now hold the position of naive realism. Asterisk. There is no counting the theologians who joined the campaign against Haeckel. There was no abuse not showered on him by the official professors of philosophy. It was amusing to see how perhaps for the first time in their lives the eyes of these mummies, dried and shrunken in the atmosphere of lifeless scholasticism, began to gleam and their cheeks to glow under the slaps which Haeckel administered them. The high priests of pure science, and, it would appear, of the most abstract theory, fairly groaned with rage. And throughout all the howling of the philosophical diehards, the idealist Paulson, the immanentist Ramke, the Kantian addicts, and the others, whose name, God wot, is legion, one underlying motif is clearly discernible: they are all against the metaphysics of science, against dogmatism, against the exaggeration of the value and significance of science, against natural scientific materialism. He is a materialist at the materialist. He is deceiving the public by not calling himself a materialist directly. That is what particularly incenses the worthy professors. And the noteworthy thing in all this tragicomedy is the fact that Haeckel himself renounces materialism and rejects the appellation. What is more, far from rejecting religion altogether, he has invented his own religion, something like Bulgakov's atheistic faith or Lunacharsky's religious atheism, and on grounds of principle advocates a union of religion and science. What then is it all about? What fatal misunderstanding started the row? The point is that Haeckel's philosophical naivete, his lack of definite partisan aims, his anxiety to respect the prevailing Philistine prejudice against materialism, his personal conciliatory tendencies and proposals concerning religion, all this gave the greater salience to the general spirit of his book, the ineradicability of natural scientific materialism and its irreconcilability with all official professorial philosophy and theology. Haeckel personally does not seek a rupture with the Philistines, but what he expounds with such unshakably naive conviction is absolutely incompatible with any of the shades of prevailing philosophical idealism. All these shades, from the crudest reactionary theories of a Hartmann, to Petzold, who fancies himself the latest, most progressive and advanced of the positivists, and the Empirio criticist Mach, all are agreed that natural scientific materialism is metaphysics, that the recognition of an objective reality underlying the theories and conclusions of science is sheer naive realism, etc. And for this doctrine, sacred to all professorial philosophy and theology, every page of Haeckel is a slap in the face. This scientist, who undoubtedly expressed the very firmly implanted, although unformed opinions, sentiments, and tendencies of the overwhelming majority of the scientists of the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, instantly, easily and simply revealed what professorial philosophy tried to conceal from the public and from itself, namely, the fact that there is a foundation, growing ever wider and firmer, which shatters all the efforts and strivings of the 1001 little schools of philosophical idealism, positivism, realism, empirio-criticism and other confusionism. This foundation is natural scientific materialism. The conviction of the naive realists, in other words, of all humanity, that our sensations are images of an objectively real external world is the conviction of the mass of scientists, one that is steadily growing and gaining in strength. The cause of the founders of new philosophical schools and of the inventors of new epistemological isms is lost, irrevocably and hopelessly. They may flounder about in their original petty systems, they may strive to engage the attention of a few admirers in the interesting controversy as to who was the first to exclaim, et. The Empirio-critical Dobzhinsky, or the Empirio-monistic Dobzhinsky, 127. They may even devote themselves to creating an extensive special literature, like the immanentists. But the course of development of science, despite its vacillations and hesitations, despite the unwitting character of the materialism of the scientists, despite yesterday's infatuation with fashionable physiological idealism or today's infatuation with fashionable physical idealism, is sweeping aside all the petty systems and artifices and once again bringing to the forefront the metaphysics of natural scientific materialism. Here is an illustration of this from Haeckel. In his The Wonders of Life, Haeckel compares the monistic and dualistic theories of knowledge. We give the most interesting points of the comparison *3. Cognition is a physiological process, whose anatomical organ is the brain. 4. The only part of the human brain in which knowledge is engendered is a spatially limited sphere of the cortex, the phronema. 3. Cognition is not a physiological but a purely spiritual process. 4. The part of the human brain which appears to function as the organ of knowledge is in fact only the instrument that permits the spiritual process to manifest itself. 5. The phronema is a highly perfected dynamo, the individual parts of which, the phroneta, consist of millions of cells, phronetal cells. Just as in the case of every other organ of the body, so in the case of this mental organ, its function, the mind, is the sum total of the functions of its constituent cells. 5. The phronema as the organ of reason is not autonomous, but, through its constituent parts, phroneta, and the cells that compose them, serves only as intermediary between the non-material mind and the external world. Human reason differs absolutely from the mind of the higher animals and from the instinct of the lower animals. Is not able to contrast the materialist theory of knowledge with the idealist theory of knowledge. He ridicules all idealist more broadly, all peculiarly philosophical artifices from the standpoint of natural science, without even permitting the idea that any other theory of knowledge but natural scientific materialism is possible. He ridicules the philosophers from the standpoint of a materialist, without himself realizing that his standpoint is that of a materialist. The impotent wrath aroused in the philosophers by this almighty materialism is comprehensible. We quoted above the opinion of the true Russian Lopatin. And here is the opinion of Mr. Rudolf Willi, the most progressive of the Empirio criticists, who is irreconcilably hostile to idealism. Don't laugh. Haeckel's monism is a very heterogeneous mixture. It unites certain natural scientific laws, such as the law of the conservation of energy, with certain scholastic traditions about substance and the thing in itself into a chaotic jumble. Gegen die Schoolweisheit, s. 128. What has annoyed this most worthy recent positivist? Well, how could he help being annoyed when he immediately realized that from Haeckel's standpoint all the great doctrines of his teacher Avenarius, for instance, that the brain is not the organ of thought, that sensations are not images of the external world, that matter, substance, or the thing in itself is not an objective reality, and so forth are nothing but sheer idealist gibberish. Haeckel did not say it in so many words because he did not concern himself with philosophy and was not acquainted with empirio-criticism as such. But Rudolf Willi could not help realizing that 100,000 Haeckel readers meant as many people spitting in the face of the philosophy of Mach and Avenarius. Willi wipes his face in advance, in the Lopatin manner. For the essence of the arguments which Mr. Lopatin and Mr. Willi marshal against materialism in general and natural scientific materialism in particular, is exactly the same in both. To us Marxists the difference between Mr. Lopatin and Messrs. Willi, Petzold, Mach, and Co. is no greater than the difference between the Protestant theologians and the Catholic theologians. The war on Haeckel has proven that this view of ours corresponds to objective reality, i.e., to the class nature of modern society and its class ideological tendencies. Here is another little example. The Machian Kleinpeter has translated from English into German, under the title of Das Weltbild der modernen Naturwissenschaft World Picture from the Standpoint of Modern Natural Science, Leipzig, 1905, a work by Carl Snyder well known in America. This work gives a clear and popular account of a number of recent discoveries in physics and other branches of science. And the Machian Kleinpeter felt himself called upon to supply the book with a preface in which he makes certain reservations, such as, for example, that Snyder's epistemology is not satisfactory, pv. Why so? Because Snyder never entertains the slightest doubt that the world picture is a picture of how matter moves and of how matter thinks, p. 228. In his next book, The World Machine, London and New York, 1907, Snyder, referring to the fact that his book is dedicated to the memory of Democritus of Abdera, who lived about 460 to 360 BC, says, Democritus has often been styled the grandsire of materialism. It is a school of philosophy that is a little out of fashion nowadays, yet it is worthy of note that practically all of the modern advance in our ideas of this world has been grounded upon his conceptions. Practically speaking, materialistic assumptions are simply unscapable in physical investigations, p. 140. If he like, he may dream with good Bishop Berkeley that it is all a dream. Yet comforting as may be the legerdemain of an idealized idealism, there are still few among us who, whatever they may think regarding the problem of the external world, doubt that they themselves exist, and it needs no long pursuit of the will-o'-the-wisps of the ich and non-ich to assure oneself that if in an unguarded moment we assume that we ourselves have a personality and a being, we let in the whole procession of appearances which come of the six gates of the senses. The nebular hypothesis, the light-bearing ether, the atomic theory, and all their like, may be but convenient working hypotheses, but it is well to remember that, in the absence of negative proof, they stand on more or less the same footing as the hypothesis that a being you call you, oh, indulgent reader, scans these lines, pages 31 to 32. Imagine the bitter lot of a Machian when his favorite subtle constructions, which reduce the categories of science to mere working hypotheses, are laughed at by the scientists on both sides of the ocean as sheer nonsense. Is it to be wondered that Rudolf Willi, in 1905, combats Democritus as though he were a living enemy, thereby providing an excellent illustration of the partisan character of philosophy and once more exposing the real position he himself takes up in this partisan struggle? He writes, of course, Democritus was not conscious of the fact that atoms and the void are only fictitious concepts which perform mere accessory services, blossy handlangerty and saint, and maintain their existence only by grace of expediency, just as long as they prove useful. Democritus was not free enough for this, but neither are our modern natural scientists, with few exceptions. The faith of old Democritus is the faith of our scientists, OPCIT, p. 57. And there is good reason for despair. The Empirio criticists have proven in quite a new way that both space and atoms are working hypotheses, and yet the natural scientists deride this Berkeleyanism and follow Haeckel. We are by no means idealists, this is a slander, we are only striving, together with the idealists, to refute the epistemological line of Democritus. We have been striving to do so for more than 2,000 years, but all in vain. And nothing better remains for our leader Ernst Mach to do than to dedicate his last work, the outcome of his life and philosophy, Erkenntnis und Irrtum, to Wilhelm Schupp and to remark ruefully in the text that the majority of scientists are materialists and that we also sympathize with Haeckel. For his free thinking, p. 14. And there he completely betrays himself, this ideologist of reactionary Philistinism who follows the arch-reactionary Schupp and sympathizes with Haeckel's free thinking. They are all like this, these humanitarian Philistines in Europe, with their freedom-loving sympathies and their ideological, political and economic, Captivity to the Wilhelmschip's * nonpartisanship in philosophy is only wretchedly masked servility to idealism and fideism. Let us, in conclusion, compare this with the opinion of Haeckel held by Franz Mehring, who not only wants to be, but who knows how to be a Marxist. The moment the riddle of the universe appeared, towards the end of 1899, Mehring pointed out that Haeckel's work, both in its less good and its very good aspects, is eminently adapted to help clarify the apparently rather confused views prevailing in the party as to the significance for it of historical materialism, on the one hand, and historical materialism, on the other. Haeckel's defect is that he has not the slightest conception of historical materialism, which leads him to utter the most woeful nonsense about politics, about monistic religion, and so on and so forth. Haeckel is a materialist and monist, not a historical but a natural scientific materialist, ibid. He who wants to perceive this inability of natural scientific materialism to deal with social problems tangibly, he who wants to be convinced that natural scientific materialism must be broadened into historical materialism if it is really to be an invincible weapon in the great struggle for the liberation of mankind, let him read Haeckel's book. But let him not read it for this purpose alone. Its uncommonly weak side is inseparably bound up with its uncommonly strong side, viz., with the comprehensible and luminous description, which after all takes up by far the greater and more important part of the book, given by Haeckel of the development of the natural sciences in this the 19th century, or, in other words, of the triumphant march of natural scientific materialism. There are four standpoints from which a Marxist must proceed to form a judgment of Empirio criticism. First and foremost, the theoretical foundations of this philosophy must be compared with those of dialectical materialism. Such a comparison, to which the first 3 chapters were devoted, reveals, along the whole line of epistemological problems, the thoroughly reactionary character of Empirio criticism, which uses new artifices, terms, and subtleties to disguise the old errors of idealism and agnosticism. Only utter ignorance of the nature of philosophical materialism generally and of the nature of Marx's and Engels' dialectical method can lead one to speak of combining Empirio criticism and Marxism. Secondly, the place of Empirio criticism, as one very small school of specialists in philosophy, in relation to the other modern schools of philosophy must be determined. Both Mach and Avenarius started with Kant and, leaving him, proceeded not towards materialism, but in the opposite direction, towards Hume and Berkeley. Imagining that he was purifying experience generally, Avenarius was in fact. Conclusion. Only purifying agnosticism of Kantianism. The whole school of Mach and Avenarius is moving more and more definitely towards idealism, hand in hand with one of the most reactionary of the idealist schools, viz., the so-called immanentists. Thirdly, the indubitable connection between Machism and one school in one branch of modern science must be borne in mind. The vast majority of scientists, both generally and in this special branch of science in question, viz., physics, are invariably on the side of materialism. A minority of new physicists, however, influenced by the breakdown of old theories brought about by the great discoveries of recent years, influenced by the crisis in the new physics, which has very clearly revealed the relativity of our knowledge, have, owing to their ignorance of dialectics, slipped into idealism by way of relativism. The physical idealism in vogue today is as reactionary and transitory an infatuation as was the fashionable physiological idealism of the recent past. Fourthly, behind the epistemological scholasticism of Empirio criticism one must not fail to see the struggle of parties in philosophy, a struggle which in the last analysis reflects the tendencies and ideology of the antagonistic classes in modern society. Recent philosophy is as partisan as was philosophy 2,000 years ago. The contending parties are essentially, although it is concealed by a pseudo-erudite quackery of new terms or by a feeble-minded nonpartisanship, materialism and idealism. The latter is merely a subtle, refined form of fideism, which stands fully armed, commands vast organizations and steadily continues to exercise influence on the masses, turning the slightest vacillation in philosophical thought to its own advantage. The objective, class role of Empirio criticism consists entirely in rendering faithful service to the fideists in their struggle against materialism in general and historical materialism in particular. Supplement to Chapter 4, Section I 129. From what angle did N.G. Chernyshevsky criticize Kantianism? In the first section of Chapter 4 we showed in detail that the materialists have been criticizing Kant from a standpoint diametrically opposite to that from which Mach and Avenarius criticize him. It would not be superfluous to add here, albeit briefly, an indication of the epistemological position held by the great Russian Hegelian and materialist, N.G. Chernyshevsky. Shortly after Albrecht Rau, the German disciple of Feuerbach, had published his criticism of Kant, the great Russian writer N.G. Chernyshevsky, who was also a disciple of Feuerbach, first attempted an explicit statement of his attitude towards both Feuerbach and Kant. N.G. Chernyshevsky had appeared in Russian literature as a follower of Feuerbach as early as the 50s, but our censorship did not allow him even to mention Feuerbach's name. In 1888, in the preface to the projected third edition of his The Aesthetic Relation of Art to Reality, N.G. Chernyshevsky attempted to allude directly to Feuerbach, but in 1888 too the censor refused to allow even a mere reference to Feuerbach. It was not until 1906 that the preface saw the light. See N.G. Chernyshevsky, Collected Works, Volume X, Part 2, pages 190-97. In this preface N.G. Chernyshevsky devotes half a page to criticizing Kant and the scientists who follow Kant in their philosophical conclusions. Here is the excellent argument given by Chernyshevsky in 1888. Natural scientists who imagine themselves to be builders of all-embracing theories are really disciples, and usually poor disciples, of the ancient thinkers who evolved the metaphysical systems, usually thinkers whose systems had already been partially destroyed by Schelling and finally destroyed by Hegel. One need only point out that the majority of the natural scientists who endeavor to construct broad theories of the laws of operation of human thought only repeat Kant's metaphysical theory regarding the subjectivity of our knowledge. For the benefit of the Russian Machians who manage to muddle everything, let us say that Chernyshevsky is below Engels in so far as in his terminology he confuses the opposition between materialism and idealism with the opposition between metaphysical thought and dialectical thought, but Chernyshevsky is entirely on Engels' level in so far as he takes Kant to task not for realism, but for agnosticism and subjectivism, not for recognition of the thing in itself, but for inability to derive our knowledge from this objective source. They argue from Kant's words that the forms of our sense perception have no resemblance to the forms of the actual existence of objects. For the benefit of the Russian Machians who manage to muddle everything, let us say that Chernyshevsky's criticism of Kant is the diametrical opposite of the criticism of Kant by Avenarius, Mach, and the immanentists, because for Chernyshevsky, as for every materialist, the forms of our sense perception do resemble the form of the actual, i.e., objectively real existence of objects. That, therefore, really existing objects, their real qualities, and the real relations between them are unknowable to us. For the benefit of the Russian Machians who manage to muddle everything, let us say that for Chernyshevsky, as for every materialist, objects, or to use Kant's ornate language, things in themselves, really exist and are fully knowable to us, knowable in their existence, their qualities, and the real relations between them. And if they were knowable they could not be the object of our thought, which shapes all the material of knowledge into forms totally different from the forms of actual existence, that, moreover, the very laws of thought have only a subjective significance. For the benefit of the Machian muddlers, let us say that for Chernyshevsky, as for every materialist, the laws of thought have not merely a subjective significance, in other words, the laws of thought reflect the forms of actual existence of objects, fully resemble, and do not differ from, these forms. That in reality there is nothing corresponding to what appears to us to be the connection of cause and effect, for there is neither antecedent nor subsequent, neither whole nor parts, and so on and so forth. For the benefit of the Machian muddlers, Let us say that for Chernyshevsky, as for every materialist, there does exist in reality what appears to us to be the connection between cause and effect, there is objective causality or natural necessity. When natural scientists stop uttering such and similar metaphysical nonsense, they will be capable of working out, and probably will work out, on the basis of science, a system of concepts more exact and complete than those propounded by Feuerbach. For the benefit of the Machian muddlers, let us say that Chernyshevsky regards as metaphysical nonsense all deviations from materialism, both in the direction of idealism and in the direction of agnosticism. But meanwhile, the best statement of the scientific concepts of the so-called fundamental problems of man's inquisitiveness remains that made by Feuerbach, pages 195 to 96. By the fundamental problems of man's inquisitiveness, Chernyshevsky means what in modern language are known as the fundamental problems of the theory of knowledge, or epistemology. Chernyshevsky is the only really great Russian writer who, from the 50s until 1888, was able to keep on the level of an integral philosophical materialism and who spurned the wretched nonsense of the neo-Kantians, positivists, Machians and other muddleheads. But Chernyshevsky did not succeed in rising, or, rather, owing to the backwardness of Russian life, was unable to rise, to the level of the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels.